All right, guys, that's it for Crime Scene Cleaner. I'm gonna hop over to a new game called Kathy Rain. And by new, I mean new to me. Let me change my live info. Okay, and then let's change this. I don't think they even have it here. Let's put other games. And then let's open it. Okay. And then we'll change this. There we go. Boom. Done. Hey, Spicy Hen. How's it going? All right. We are going to pause the music. I think, yeah, that must be game music. Oh, it's an older game, so my computer's flipping out just a little bit when I change screens. So what we're going to do is make sure everything's set up how I like it. Good. I'm glad you're doing well today. And then we should be good to go. Oh, let me change to game screen. Okay. Yeah, that should be good, right? Let's turn it down a little bit. English. No speech timeout. New game. A detective is born, Kathy Rain.
Hey, you.
Oh, hang on one sec. Why does it look like that on purple? That's crazy. Hang on. There it is. Was it like that with the other game too? Or is that new? Alright, let me know if you guys can hear everything okay and stuff. Alright, that should be good. I'm doing well, Spicy Hen. Thank you for asking. I'm gonna move my fries over here. We're gonna play a detective game now. I'm excited. It's called Kathy Rain. It seems like an older game. Should be fun. And then, guys, don't forget, Spicy Hen, I know you did, but don't forget to go onto Discord and vote for what game I play next.
Hey.
Hey, you. Hey.
Oh, man.
I think that's us, Kathy Rain.
Oh, God, this is so comfy.
Okay.
I'm just gonna lie here and suffocate on my own vomit now.
What?
I had a thing I wanted to tell you.
Uh-huh. This room sure looks different when it's spinning.
So I was browsing through the used book ads in the paper when I...
Listen, Eileen, I'm totally excited about books right now, but...
Wait, hear me out. So I noticed this article about a war veteran from Conwell Springs who just died. I remembered that you used to live there and everything, and...
Oh, how I wish for joyful, blissful sleep.
And get this! His name
Bye,
was
Spicy
Joseph.
Hen. Thanks for popping in to say
Joseph
hi.
Rain.
What did you just say?
You knew him, right? I knew it. I knew you'd know him.
Yeah, he was my grandfather. I really don't want to talk about it. Haven't seen him since I was a kid a lifetime
I
ago.
haven't seen him since I was a kid. A lifetime ago. Hey, wait a minute. I never told you where I grew up.
Oh, well, I might have sort of looked you up.
That is not cool, Eileen. Seriously.
I just couldn't help
Eileen.
myself.
Well, one of these days you're gonna help yourself to a restraining order. I'm just telling you this as a friend.
I know.
I know.
Well, anyway, you should
She's
know
cool
that
with
the
it.
funeral is tomorrow.
Okay.
Are you gonna go?
I don't know. Good night, Eileen.
Good night, Kathy.
All right, then. September 25th, 1995, day 1. Ooh, I was 1 year old.
Oh, God, make it stop.
Go. Alarm clock. Turn it off.
Looks like Eileen left a note for me here. Hi, Kat. Since it's such a long drive, I set the alarm so you won't miss the funeral. Thank me later. E. I'm so getting a new roommate. Well, I guess I should get going. I'm late enough as it is.
Okay, let me turn this up a little bit. And then I'm not gonna make it wait for my click. Name for save game? Okay. What's in here? Notebook?
I haven't written anything in it yet.
Stun gun? Zippo lighter? Pack of cigs.
I'm no geek, but I know how to use one. A computer, that is. Not a geek. Eileen borrowed it from school. She takes a bunch of computer classes. Our room phone. It's got an external line. The Thing. One of my favorite horror movies. Messy. Just the way I like it.
It's so funny how her side is so messy and Eileen's side is so clean.
Eileen's schedule. There's a note for today. Set alarm clock for Kathy. Can't have her miss the funeral.
Also, let me make sure that TikTok can see. Okay, cool. Looks really good, actually. Awesome. Okay, door. Oh, excuse me. Nice. Cemetery.
Well, here we are. God, I really need a smoke. Does anyone object? Guess not. Dead people rule.
I can't believe you just said that. Okay.
No time for that now. I'm late for the funeral. It says price. No reason to go in there.
Okay, well, where do I go? Just keep walking. Oh, it's literally right there.
We are gathered here today to honor a person of great integrity, a pillar of the community, and a decorated war hero. His name was Joseph Irving Rain. We all remember his warm heart, his compassion, and his eagerness to help others. His passing, while our loss, is surely heaven's gain. Now we entrust our brother Joseph to God's mercy. We commit his body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life through our Lord Jesus Christ, who will transform our frail bodies so they may be conformed to his glorious body, who died, was buried, and rose again for us. To him be glory forever. Amen.
That grandma?
Oh, Kathy, you big baby. Just talk to her.
I'm gonna turn up a little bit more.
Excuse me? Mrs. Rain?
Have we met, Anna? You look strangely familiar.
It's me. It's Catherine.
Catherine who?
You don't recognize me? I guess it's been a while. I might be a bit taller than you remember me.
Kathy? Bless my soul. Look at you, all grown up.
That's her grandma, isn't it?
Oh, how I wish Joseph could see you now, finally coming home.
Let's hope he can. Wherever he is.
A comforting thought, dear. Lord, how long has it been? 10 years? 15?
15 sounds about right. I was 6 when Mom took me away.
Goodness, we have some catching up to do then. I want to know everything. Listen, I'm not quite ready to leave yet, but why don't
Thanks,
you
Susie.
join me at
Appreciate
the
you.
house in half an hour?
Sure, I'd love to. I passed it on my way here. It shouldn't be too hard to find.
I'll see you soon then. I'm so glad you found your way back home. I can't wait for us to have a chance to talk.
Same here. See you in a bit. The coffin is lowered, but the grave hasn't been filled up yet. You don't want to get me started. Let's just say me and the humble servants of God have a history of not getting along.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thanks.
If you wish to find God, the Church of the Holy Trinity is always open to you.
Is that so?
Here, have a brochure. It's never too late to turn away from the path of sin.
You're not familiar with the concept of a lost cause, are you?
That's where you're wrong, my child. Anyone with the will to change can be redeemed in God's eyes.
Sure thing, buddy. You've convinced me. I'll put find redemption on my bucket list.
I'll pray for you. I wish you comfort in this time of grief.
Rain residence.
Grandma, anybody home?
Very much a story game. Okay, one thing real quick. Here we go. Anybody here? Anybody still here? A couple people, maybe. Hopefully you're enjoying, if you're lurking.
A mere single pair of boots on display. Boy, do we live in different worlds. Nice black leather coat. Right up my alley. This paint looks fresh. Grandma must have had this restored recently.
I don't need to use the phone.
I don't have anything to search for yet.
This is definitely giving me vibes of Nancy Drew. Let's check the living room.
Oh, hello, dear. I was just wondering what took you so long.
Sorry, I couldn't resist taking that old wheelchair for a spin. Oh, don't give me that look. I put it back.
You haven't changed one bit. Always kidding around, just like when you were little. Come, have a seat. We have so much to talk about. So, now, tell me about your life in the city.
Oh, there's not much to tell. I'm going to school for journalism. It's my second year. I ride a motorcycle in case you missed it there out front.
Ah, that's right. Just like your father.
Yeah, I suppose.
I must ask, have you heard anything from your father? Anything at all?
No, nothing since he bailed way back then.
I expected as much. He disappeared without a trace. No matter, that's ancient history. How's Sharon, then?
Adjusting. 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 Okay. Tell her the truth. You had her committed to a mental institution. Avoid the subject. No, yeah, no reason to bring it up now.
Mom's good. Yeah. She's kind of between jobs right now, but things are okay.
I'm glad to hear it. I was worried about how you two would cope in the city, considering Sharon's problems.
Yeah, about that. I'm sorry I didn't visit sooner, Grandma. Mom, she told me all these horrible lies about you and Grandpa. When I was old enough to understand what she was doing, I felt like it was much too late.
It wasn't your fault, dear. You were a child. I'm just happy that you're here now.
Me too. So, what about you? How have you been doing all these years?
I've been lonely ever since the accident. There's no denying that.
What accident?
Goodness gracious. Of course you don't know. She took you away before it all happened.
Don't know what.
I will never forget that dreadful day. August 16th, 1981. It was the middle of the night when Sheriff Truman knocked on our door. He had Joseph with him. I couldn't even recognize Joseph at first, all dirty and wet with an awful blank stare on his face, like his soul had been ripped from his body. Since that day, he never spoke a word, forever confined to that blasted wheelchair.
Really? For all this time? I had no idea.
It came as a shock to all of us.
That's horrible, Grandma. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, dear.
Incident 1? Or incident in 1881?
Why do you think Grandpa suddenly left that night in 81?
I haven't the faintest idea. He acted very peculiar not long before it happened, disappearing for hours at a time. At first, I even suspected he was having an affair. When I asked him about it, he just said he was chasing old demons. It must have had something to do with the war.
What do the doctors have to say about Grandpa's condition?
Persistent vegetative state. That's what they call it. I've heard it all by now. One doctor said it was a stroke. Another claimed it was a seizure. The third hack tried to sell it off as a severe infection. It's all a load of tripe. I had an MRI performed on Joseph. It's one of those state-of-the-art head scans.
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Yes, well, according to the scan, his brain was completely intact. They thought it was a technical problem at the time, some kind of glitch, but the result was the same after 3 different scans on 3 different machines. Eventually, they had to confess that they simply had no credible explanation for the state he was in.
And this injury just happened to occur on the very same night he mysteriously disappears?
Indeed. I refuse to believe it was a coincidence.
What did Sheriff Truman have to say about the matter?
Not much. He said they simply found Joseph in that condition on the outskirts of town. The sheriff was convinced there was some kind of foul play involved, but the investigation turned up nothing. He later said that he was sorry, but that he was forced.
Well, gotta go, Grams. Talk to you later.
Bye, Kathy.
Grandpa in his Air Force uniform. Looks to be in his early 20s.
I'm
I
nosy.
shouldn't overstay my welcome.
Oh. Okay. I wanted to be nosy. Isn't that what detectives do? They're really nosy. What? Did I not... Did I have to go back? Did I miss something? Maybe I have to ask her the last question. Thought I could get away with it.
Oh, hello, dear.
That's weird that they put a mouth for talk to grandma. Oops.
Mind if we talk for...
Not at all.
Okay. Post-traumatic
Maybe it
stress
was
disorder.
post-traumatic stress.
I don't know, dear. Joseph was a man of few words.
You know, I could try to find...
You're welcome to try, dear. Some kind of closure would mean the world to me.
Okay, I think I'll head over to the sheriff's station for a little chat then. Would be nice to witness police doing some actual police service for once.
Dang.
Sure, you go ahead. Let me know if I can be of any more help.
Okay.
Well, gotta go, Grams. Talk to you later.
Bye, Kathy.
So I had to ask all the questions. Good to know.
A decent-sized book collection.
Okay. Front door, and now we're gonna go to the sheriff's station.
Hi.
Hello.
Do I have to commit a crime to get your attention? Because I seriously will.
Ma'am, I'm really quite busy at the moment.
She definitely
Hey,
looks
wait.
like Ashley Simpson to
I
me.
know you.
I'm pretty sure you don't.
Yes, I do. You're Kathy.
She
Kathy
looks like a
Ray.
Ken doll.
My reputation precedes me, in a kind of but not totally creepy way.
Aw, come on. It's me, Lenny. Lenny Marks.
I'm drawing a blank.
Really? You don't remember us playing when we were little kids?
Not really. Sorry, buddy.
Darn. Well, that's a bummer. Anyway, what can I do for you today?
It is a bummer.
I wanted to ask if you know anything about my grandfather's accident.
I really don't know much beyond the rumors. The sheriff may have more information, but even he probably doesn't know anything that isn't in the report. It happened before either of us worked here.
Okay, I think I'll have a chat with the sheriff then.
Sure thing. His office is to your right.
I wanted to ask if...
The sheriff.
Well, gotta go.
See ya.
See ya. Alright, Sheriff. What you got for me?
Hello, Sheriff. Do you have a moment?
Not really. Make it quick.
Do you know what happened to Joseph Rain?
He had a stroke in the woods. That's what.
If that's all there is, why would Sheriff Truman open an investigation?
It was just standard procedure.
I see. Did you know him at all?
No, I haven't been in town for long. Man sure has one hell of a reputation, though. It's been over a decade since he was put in that wheelchair, and people still talk about the man he used to be. It's like he was a cult leader or something.
Sounds like a conspiracy theory to me.
Could be, but you know what they say. Things too good to be true usually are.
Police report.
That's all for now.
Good.
I would, but I can't do that when he's right there. Maybe I can distract him somehow. Not sure where those doors lead. I should go check it out.
Hey, Sheriff, what's the deal with that bum?
What bum?
This bum? Are you a bum? Talk to bum.
Hey,
What? I can't
What's
hear
up, bum? Nope. Missed what he said.
hey.
you. Hi there.
So, why'd they put you in that cell?
It's all just a big misunderstanding.
We're
Is
gonna
that
let him
so?
out to distract the other guy so we
I
can
didn't
search
mean
the
to steal
files.
anything. I was just using my pockets to move
Talk
the
to
beer
bum.
to the checkout.
That's the worst excuse I have ever heard.
For your information, I happen to have a deadly fear of shopping carts.
I take my
Deadly
last
fear
statement
of
back.
shopping
This
cart-
excuse is
shopping
even worse.
carts.
Hey, it wasn't your father who was killed by a shopping cart when you were 8.
Oh my gosh.
I sure hope not.
To be fair, mine wasn't either. It was just Uncle Bob.
It's
But
just
that doesn't mean it was any less traumatic, mind you. To this day, I still get nervous breakdowns at grocery stores.
I think I've
Uncle
heard
Bum.
enough, buddy.
You're right. We should stop before the flashbacks begin.
Okay, gotta go.
See ya.
not the flashbacks.
No wanted posters. Just a bunch of... a jail cell.
Clean the floor.
Huh, very funny. A jail cell.
Oh, it was worth a try.
Too heavy to carry around, and... brilliant idea to leave those lying around next to evidence lockers and locked cells. Too heavy to carry around, and too noisy to use in here without getting caught.
Okay, what do I have?
A jail cell. Looks cramped.
Okay, let him out.
A jail cell.
I can't let him out?
Hey, Lenny.
Hello, Kathy.
Hey, I need to see the police report from '81 when my grandfather was found by the old sheriff.
I'd love to help, Kathy. The files are right here behind me. But you better check with the sheriff first.
Okay, I'll do that.
What?
Well, gotta go.
See ya.
See ya.
Look, I wonder what's behind those.
You gotta talk to the sheriff first. Stop it.
Hello, Sheriff.
Please report.
Could I have a look at that report?
Absolutely not. They're official police documents.
Why not? I thought filed police reports are public record.
Not in this state, they ain't.
Huh?
But I'm family. Doesn't that count for something?
You consider yourself family. I've never even seen you before in this town.
It's complicated.
Guess what's complicated? Not to mention illegal. Handing out evidence to anyone who asks for it.
Aw, come on, Sheriff. What's the big deal? It was a long time ago. It would make this girl very, very happy.
Oh?
Are you trying to use flirtation on an officer of the law? Well, that's...
Lenny, a little help here? Don't you agree that he's taking by the book too far?
Well, boss, she is his granddaughter, really. I don't think it's any...
Don't you think I know that? There are rules. Am I the only one in here who cares about the law?
Yeah.
Too much coffee? Try not to pop a vein.
You want to see the inside of a cell?
Tata Divine 12 says
Cuff
hello
me,
to Quartz
officer.
and the
Spare
Gems.
me the torment
Welcome
of your
back,
rhetorical
Tater.
questions and veiled threats.
Just follow the rules like everyone else.
Fine.
Okay, Lenny, now will you give me the file?
Hey, Lenny.
Hello, Kath.
Give it.
Hey, I need to see the...
I'd love to help.
Okay.
Darn.
Well, gotta go.
See ya.
Now can we let out the bum? Bum, 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 bum.
How's the paperwork coming along, Lenny?
Okay, I guess. Maybe halfway through.
A jail cell.
You still
Hey.
a bum?
Hi there.
Persuade him to distract
You
Lenny.
need to keep the blonde cop out there busy for a while.
I do?
$10 says you do.
I'd say my services in this matter are worth at least $20.
9.
15.
8.
Fine, 10.
7.
Deal.
Good.
So, what am I doing again?
Distract that young cop in the lobby. I don't
Only
care how you do
$7.
it, as long as you keep him occupied for a while.
Okay then, let me know when.
Will do. Too heavy to carry.
Okay.
Hey, the jail is off limits. You shouldn't be in there.
I've been in there twice
oh,
now.
Sorry. I just heard someone yelling. I think that guy in the cell needs some help.
Oh, what now?
Princess,
Okay, I have
welcome
to make this
in.
quick.
Hi. How are you, Princess?
Okay, let's have a look.
Individual was encountered on the side of the dirt road. Subject was identified as Joe Rain. Appeared to be dirty, fiercely clutching a small tape recorder complete with tape. Being cooperative, he could be led into the squad car and transported back to town. Picked up Mrs. Rain, brought her along with Mr. Rain to the emergency room. Upon routine inspection of the patrol car, tape recorder was found discarded on the back seat, filed as evidence in locker number 5. We need locker number 5.
I'm gonna have to get my hands on that recorder. Okay, let's find the key to locker number 5. Got it.
Laney, I need you to do something.
How can I help, boss?
It's my mother's birthday this weekend. You'll have to
Oh, so she just waits for him to look away. Here's the lockers. Don't know why they'd be
All right,
out
got it.
here. So now we leave, I guess?
Hey, Kathy, wait.
What?
Do you eat foot? I mean, food?
Absolutely not.
Do
I
you
feed
eat
on human
foot?
misery. Relax, Lenny. Yes, I do eat food.
Oh,
Do you eat
great.
foot?
Can I buy you food sometime? And also buy food for me? And then maybe we could eat the food together?
Actually, I'd rather eat a foot.
I'm really busy right now. Maybe later.
Oh, okay. See ya.
Felt no apparent need to let Lenny down gently. I got the achievement undateable. Oh, man. I guess Rain Residence? Combined dictaphone?
Note to self. Remember, the perfect bouquet consists of 3 red roses, a blue violet, and 2 yellow tulips. I've been working on my research in the attic at night. I just don't want her to worry. She has enough to think about with everything that's been going on lately. With Sharon and Kathy. Anyway, I'm getting closer to finding the source. I have a theory, but I need help. I'm gonna have to involve somebody else.
You think I can go in the attic?
I should probably ask.
Okay, fine. She is okay with
Oh, hello,
stealing
dear.
evidence, but she has to ask Grandma to go up to the attic first. This is called Kathy Rain. It's a detective story. in a 1995
Mind
setting.
if we talk for a bit, Grandma?
Not at all, dear. What's up?
Okay, work has been exhausting, so popping in to say hi to my gems and go take a nap. Gotta respect Gam Game. You're right. Or Gam Gam. Gam got game, though. Yeah, it's pretty cool so far. But yeah, Princess, I hope you have a great nap. And thank you for saying hi. Miss you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Besides the exhaustion. Sorry. Okay. The downside to these older games, just like Nancy Drew did, is that when I exit out of the game to move my cursor somewhere else, it like messes with my computer a little bit. So I'm trying not to.
Would you mind if I took a look in the attic?
I suppose it would do no.
Come with me.
Thanks,
oh,
Grandma.
she's coming.
You're welcome.
Princess Pico just cheered 500
Oh my
bits.
goodness. Even after work exhaustion, you pop in and drop 500 bits like it's a party. You're a true gem. WBot. Princess, you did not have to do that. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let me get your name up on the board, friend. I adore you. Thank you, thank you. Also, please tell Jaseva we say hi and we miss him. I was just thinking about you guys yesterday. I'm not even joking. Just thinking about you guys.
The bulb
Light
looks burned out.
bulb.
I'll have to replace it.
Why do we have to replace it? Light switch?
Nothing.
Bah! Too good to be true. Wait, don't I have a flashlight? Wait, I do have a flashlight. Isn't it F? No, but I have a stun gun. A lighter. Think about it. Light
Yeah, it's
room.
drafty in here and almost out of fuel.
Okay, fine! Then where do I go? She's like, no, don't do that. Can't do that. No, can't do that either. Hello? There's nothing to click. Are we gonna like walk that way, maybe? No? Do I have to go ask for a light bulb? I guess so. Always have my gems back, even when I'm too drained to vibe. Aw, yay! Hi, Jaseva. I guess we'll ask Grandma for a light bulb. I love you, Princess. Thank you so much.
Hello, dear.
There's nothing quite. A decent sized.
Oops. Just talk to Grandma. Just go faster. Thank you for the taps on
Mind if we talk
TikTok.
for a bit, Grandma? The lights are out in the attic.
Princess Pico says, see you
Well, there
later, the
should be a whole
quartz and the
box of light
gems.
bulbs around
Bye,
here
see you later,
somewhere.
friend.
Do you remember where?
Now, where did I put it? Oh dear, I think it's in the attic.
That's just terrific.
I'm sure you'll figure it out, dear.
Good luck, hun.
Bye, Grandma.
So long.
That's annoying that I have to go back and then back up and then back up. Then back down and then back up. I literally was just gonna look around in here, but they made me go down, talk to Grandma, and come back? That's lame. Isn't this a box? Isn't this a box? Isn't this something? Wait, now what?
The bulb looks burnt.
There's nothing to... Okay. How do I find a light bulb? Can I go this way? Can I just steal this one? Oh, I can? Sweet!
Free light bulb. Score.
I didn't think it would actually let me do that. I love that. It's so creative.
The bulb looks burned.
Oh, man. There we go. Perfect.
There we go.
That's what I said. Oh, nice. We can see now. Book. Take book. My book. What is book? Math. Infinite numbers. The secret of infinite numbers. Wait, could I open it? No. Read math. Turn page. Oh, yellow bookmark. Pi. Fibonacci numbers. Ooh, why do I feel like I'm gonna need to remember this? Prime numbers. Okay. Numbers. Do you think I should take a picture, maybe? Let's take a screenshot, just in case. There's that one. Oh, shoot. That's annoying. Never mind, I'm gonna take a picture instead. Because it like takes me off the screen entirely every time. Here's one. Being a detective game, I'm guessing this will come up again. Know what I mean? Okay.
An old typewriter.
Search drawers.
Nothing.
Papers.
Just some old bills. Nothing interesting.
Coffee.
Yeah. I'm good.
Oh, you don't want to drink from it?
It looks like someone was doing geometry. I can't make much sense of it. Various books and office supplies.
Did you search these drawers?
Empty.
Boo. Briefcase. I bet you it's one of these. I bet you it's one of them. Hang on. I have to figure out where to find it again. Okay. What if it's the Fibonacci numbers? 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 20. No. What if it's pi? 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 9.
Yeah, that would have been too easy. I doubt the book alone is enough to
Oh,
solve
come
this.
on. That would have been so good. It's so easy. Give it to me, game. Just let me do it. Let me guess, I have to go ask Grandma about it. Yeah, probably. It would have been good though. I thought I was so smart. I was being so smart. I'm like, hey, numbers.
Oh,
Hello, dear. Talk again, Grams.
Mind if we...
Not at all.
Tell
I
me
found
about
a
the
locked
briefcase.
and...
Oh, that old thing? Joseph said there were just some old boring Air Force papers in there.
If that was the case, why use an intricate combination lock?
Hey,
That's a very
Mariah,
good
how are
question,
you?
dear. In any case, I
Welcome
wouldn't know
in.
how to open it.
I got the dictaphone already. I don't think there's anything else. I found this book in the attic. Recognize it?
Oh, yes.
I'm good too.
I bought it for Joseph's
I'm glad to hear
birthday
you're doing
once.
well.
He was always
How's your
fascinated
weekend?
by
What do you got going
numbers.
on?
He believed that math could explain everything in this world.
He was a man of science. There's no denying that. What do you think about this church, Grandma?
They seem harmless to me, but they can be a bit pushy at times.
Thank you for the likes on
You
TikTok.
could say that. Handing out pamphlets at funerals is in pretty bad taste.
Awfully
Is
strange
it?
behavior for a priest, I'll give you that.
I mean, I don't think it's bad taste if they're like, hey, come to church, you're grieving. You know what I mean?
See you later, Gramps.
Take care, dear.
I don't think it's that weird to give out pamphlets at a funeral, but maybe.
I used to love digging through those drawers when I was a kid. Grandpa and me, we had this game where he would hide pennies around the house and I would go on a treasure hunt. Never in the attic,
Pennies?
though. I thought it was too scary up there.
Finding pennies would
That's
be really
my
difficult.
great-grandfather. I remember playing with that. Grandpa.
Okay. What could it be then?
Nice black leather coat.
Nice. Ride
It
wheelchair.
was a joke, you know.
Oh, come on. Hot Wheels achievement felt like literally taking the wheelchair for a spin. I will say this game definitely has a sense of humor. Okay, let's see. Is there really nothing else? What are these papers again?
Just some old bills.
And she really doesn't know what the briefcase could be? What about the prime numbers? I don't know. Really?
Yeah, that. A leather briefcase sealed by a combination lock.
Can we just break it open with our stun gun? That'd be fun. I don't see why not.
Note to self. Remember, the perfect bouquet consists of 3 red roses, a blue violet, and 2 yellow tulips.
3 red, violet, 2 yellow. Oops, excuse me. I think I figured it out. 3 red. 3 red, 1 blue, and 2 yellow. Okay. So what, 3 of these numbers? One of these numbers and 2 of these numbers? Ooh, we're getting somewhere, we're getting somewhere. Okay. Hang on, let's see. 3 red. 2, 3, 5. 1 blue is 1. And 2 yellow. 3, 1?
Yes!
Ah, I feel so smart for that one, I'm not gonna lie. I feel so smart with that one. That it? Okay.
It's the envelope I found in the briefcase.
Uh-huh. Open it.
Let's see what's in. There were 2 pictures, a newspaper clipping, a key, and a tape inside. Looks overexposed. I can't make much out. I think I see trees in the background, but most of the picture is just bright white.
Ad break in just a few seconds. Thank you guys for being with me here.
Grandpa in uniform with 2 other men. Something is handwritten on the back. Flight training. McConnell Air Force Base, 1941.
1941.
tragic drowning in Conwell Springs. In early morning on Sunday the 14th, a teenage girl found dead near Conwell Lake. The girl is survived by her mother, father, and younger brother. The funeral service will be held at Conwell Cemetery on the 21st of July. The notice is dated July 15th, 1975. Tragic story. I wonder why Grandpa saved this. I wonder what this unlocks.
Okay, so we're gonna remove this tape. And we're gonna put this tape in. Oop.
You've reached the Rain residence. Leave a message after the beep. Hello, Joseph, Mrs. Rain. It's me, Charles. I thought I'd give you a call. Erica just had her firstborn. It's a boy. Thankfully, he looks nothing like his father. Listen, I was thinking maybe you'd like to come and visit. And what about your little Kathy? Maybe she wants to see the baby. Well, anyways, hope to see you soon. All the best. Bye.
You people make me sick. We're never coming back. Don't call, don't write. If you ever try to contact us, I will call the police.
Joseph, you there? It's me, Cocky. It happened to me too. And I'm not going to tell any of those bastards. They got it all wrong. You're the only one I trust now. Just call me back as soon as you can.
I wonder who this Cocky is.
Interesting. Okay. Is there something else that was locked? Combine key. Maybe I get given something. Let's go downstairs and ask Grandma about all this new stuff. Grandma! Grammy! Grandma, mama.
Oh.
Oh, hello, dear. What's up, Graham?
Mind if we talk for...
Not a...
Can you tell me anything about McConnell Air Force Base?
It's not very far from Conwell Springs. Joseph was stationed there for some time during the war. I believe they're still training young pilots there today.
So, when did Grandpa enlist in the Air Force?
Oh, it was barely past the honeymoon when Joseph left to fight in that terrible war, together with his best friend Charles and my brother Andrew. Those were nerve-wracking years. I was so worried I thought I would burst. Every short visit from Joseph was a joy, but he kept going back to the front, to my great dismay. When I told Joseph about being pregnant with your father, he finally realized that enough was enough. He had done his duty. Shortly thereafter, he returned to a quiet farmer's life in this very house, helping your great-grandfather with the crops, until he passed.
Do you know anything about a young girl drowning around here?
Oh, yes. It was the saddest thing. She was only 16. We never really knew the family. They preferred to keep to themselves.
Do you remember the name of the girl or her family?
I'm awfully sorry, dear. I just can't recall.
That's okay, Grandma. I was just wondering why Grandpa would have wanted to save this.
Joseph was always affected by the tragedy of others. Perhaps, in any case, he didn't...
Does the nickname Cocky mean anything to you?
Sounds vaguely familiar. It reminds me of the aviator call signs Joseph and his friends gave one another. Joseph was vigilante. I can't count the number of times he got into trouble for breaking the rules. To this day, I have no idea how he always managed to land on his feet.
Must be hereditary, given the things I've gotten away with. Every time I wake up, I am genuinely surprised that I'm not in jail.
What?
I'm sure it's not that bad.
What?
But to
Why
get
are you
back to
telling
the
your
subject,
grandma
You don't
that?
have any idea of who this coffee
Right,
is?
Tater?
I'm afraid not, but the Air Force might be a good place to start.
That was insane.
I don't see a reason to ask.
Okay, then why is
Bye,
it an
Grandma.
option?
I'll be back.
So long.
Very sus. Okay, well I don't see why we should be here anymore. I don't know where else to go. I guess cemetery? See what we see there? Roy Rundle, Eleanor Foy, David Spielman, Benjamin Hayward. I wonder if one of these are the guy Cocky.
No reason to go in. It says...
Price. Lily
All right.
Myers. Wait, what? Oh! Lily Myers was the drowned teen.
I wonder what that kid is doing here all alone.
Why is our kid here by themselves? Wait, Eric Mitchell? That sounds familiar.
Hey, kid.
Hi yourself.
What are you doing?
Hi yourself.
None of your business.
So sus.
I like you, kid. You're not here alone.
Does she
right?
not look like Ashley
Where's
Simpson?
Your mom?
Oh, she's around.
What do you mean, oh, she's around? What does
I
that
don't see her.
mean?
She must be blind or something.
I'll go look for your mom, okay? Don't go anywhere.
Whatever.
Oh, she's around.
I'm gonna find out what happened to you, Grandma. I never thought I'd return to the...
What, is she in... Is she a tombstone? 'Cause... Is that around? Like... Is that his mom? Because that'd be pretty dark. If his, like... Yeah, the rain. If his mom was, like, on... Oop. Huh? What? If his mom was, like, on Tombstone?
I shouldn't leave while that kid is alone.
Okay, then, where's his mom, though?
No reason.
Okay, where am I supposed to go?
Kid?
What? Wait,
Guess
what?
he found his mom.
Must have found his mom. I was thinking his mom passed or something. Was he a ghost? Okay. Trippy. Seriously, though. Very suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Do you think we should go to the sheriff or grandma about the teenage girl that drowned? Let's try the sheriff since we were just at grandma's for a long time. Hey, Lenny. I need files again.
Hey, Lenny.
Hello, Kath.
Nah, I don't want to... Hey, Lenny, could you check the files for a police report? A girl who drowned around here, Lily Myers?
I'd love to help, Kathy, but you better check with the sheriff first.
Ah, such a goody two-shoes.
Nah. Well, gotta go.
See ya.
Is it because we rejected his date? Probably.
Hello, Sheriff. Mind if I ask you a few more questions? I don't need... Do you know anything about a drowning here in 1975? Young girl named Lily Myers?
That case was handled by Truman. I wasn't involved.
Truman?
I don't need to ask him. That's all for now.
Good.
I guess. Unless... I don't know. Let's go this way. Maybe we can ask the bum in the jail
What's the deal
cell.
with that bum?
What bum?
What
The
bum?
one in the cell.
Oh, I thought it was you.
Shit.
Hey,
Hi there.
Talk to the bum.
could you distract Lenny again?
Sure, I needed to puke again anyway.
Good to know.
Are you kidding? I needed to puke again anyway? That's
Guess
wild.
what? He's having some kind of fit in there.
Not again.
And
Here we
instead
go
of him
again.
being like, Kathy, don't go in there, he's like, alright, fine.
Okay, there's gotta be something in here about Lily Myers' death. Okay, what do we have here?
Emergency services are called by a resident near Conwell Lake, who reports a young female approximately 16 years old been found floating in the water. Officers arrive at the scene, EMTs en route, delayed by fog. Body is fully clothed, no apparent signs of foul play, likely accident. Sweep of the residence reveals a note matching victim's handwriting. Witnesses report earlier mental health problems. EMT finally arrives. Girl's declared unalive by medical personnel, transported to the city morgue. Coroner's report received. Cause of unaliving is determined to be drowning. No exterior signs of struggle. Yikes.
Looks like somebody did a Virginia Woolf. I wonder if there's more to it.
I'm gonna search the desk.
I got the key already. I don't think I need to mess with that anymore.
Fine.
A medieval fortress near various note.
Alright, I guess we'll go ask Grandma again. Yeah, that is a very sad story. Very sad. Hey, Grandma. We just let ourselves in.
Oh,
The same greeting every time, hun? What's in that
mind if we
tea?
talk for...
Not at all.
Drink in a while.
I found out that the drowned girl's name was Lily Myers. Ring a bell?
Oh, yes. Oh, how could I forget? Sue, Jack, and their children, Lily and Nathan.
Do they still live around here?
Mother and son do. I see them in town from time to time. They live somewhere near the lake.
But not the father. Jack, was it?
No. He disappeared not long after Lily took her own life.
I see. Do you know how I can reach the family?
Not really, dear. Like I said, they tend to keep to themselves.
I don't see a reason to... I don't see a... Well, gotta go, Grams. Talk to you later.
Bye, Kathy.
Oh, wait, should I show her the pictures?
Mind if we...
Not at all.
Grams, can you tell me anything about this picture?
It looks awfully bright. Perhaps something was wrong with the camera.
Do you ever get the boy's name from the
maybe.
graveyard?
I should try to
No.
figure something out tomorrow at the
We didn't
university.
ask.
Look at this photo I found in the locked briefcase.
Goodness, I haven't seen that picture in years. This was taken when Joseph was stationed at McConnell Air Force Base. That's him right there on the left.
What about the other two?
I don't remember the name of the smiling man in the back. The gentleman on the right was Joseph's best friend, Charles Wade.
What Wonder if his name could be Nathan? What's Nathan mean?
Well, gotta go, Grams. Talk to you later.
No, stop
Bye,
it.
Kathy.
I was gonna show you more. Wait, Grandma, don't move.
Mind if we...
Not.
Do you know anything about this story, Grandma?
Not much, dear. We never.
Do you remember?
I'm awfully sorry.
That's quite...
Joseph and then.
Okay.
We already showed her that then.
I don't want to show...
Okay. Anything else we can show you?
Hey, Grandma, do you recognize this tape recorder?
Oh, yes, Mr. Dicto.
Mr. Dicto?
Joseph used to carry that thing with him everywhere. He could be absent-minded at times. It helped him remember things.
Okay, I think that's it.
Bye, Grandma.
So long.
Charles Wade. What, do we go back to the police station again? Or maybe we look in the phone book? Hang on, let's go back and look in the phone book. Maybe his name is in there. Or like a Myers. One of the Myerses.
She's been dead for 2...
I know.
All right, found an address.
Hey, there it is.
Damn, no Charles Wade in here. Was worth a shot, but being rich and famous and all, I guess he's got a hidden number. No hit for Wade Industries either.
Remember phone books, guys?
It's kind of a long shot for
Anyone
them to have an
remember
office
phone
in
books?
this small county anyway. I should try to get a hold of him some other way.
And like giant coupon books.
All right, got it.
Oh, hey. Cool.
No result.
Okay, can we dial? Press button.
McConnell Air Force Base, how can I help you?
Hi, I was just wondering if you had time to answer a few questions.
Sure thing, ma'am. Ask away.
What can you tell me about McConnell Air Force Base?
This is one of the oldest Air Force bases in the U.S., established during World War
Remember
I.
them? That's because my grandma and grandpa sell ads for phone books.
The McConnell Flight School is well renowned all around the country. In the late 80s, the school started accepting a limited number of civilian applicants due to the high demand. Some of the most famous dogfighters in U.S. history, such as Ethan Fireball Jenkins,
Fireball
Joseph
Jenkins,
Vigilante Rain, and Brett Sager Myers,
Brett
trained at
Myers.
the base. Charles Wade,
We got a
the great
name.
industrialist, did too.
Charles Wade.
Some claim that many of his revolutionary ideas came from the former chief mechanic here, the late Niles Bloom.
Niles
Interesting. Thanks for the history lesson.
Alright, 1 second. Let me fix my... Yeah, I know, computer. Hang on. I keep moving. My bad. Okay.
I don't see a reason.
Okay, fine.
Do you know anything about what happened to Joseph Rain in 81?
I know that he was no longer stationed here at the base at that time. He'd left the Air Force decades earlier. But as a Conwell Springs citizen, sure, I've heard the rumors just like everybody else. How he was found by the sheriff all messed up, walking out of the woods with some kind of unexplained brain damage.
Any theory as to what he was doing out there?
I'm afraid not, ma'am. But I'm positive that it had nothing to do with...
Okay, what can you tell me about...
Well, Joseph Rain is a legend around here.
Oh.
A pile of metals weighs more than my car.
Oh.
I was fortunate enough to meet him before he suffered his injury, and I must say, what an inspiring man.
Oh.
I'm positive that he would have made general if he'd stuck around.
That's so sweet.
Any idea of why he quit? He looks so happy in the pictures from the war.
Oh, your family, ma'am?
Granddaughter.
Well, then I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh.
I heard about his recent passing.
This guy's so nice.
Appreciate it, buddy. So, about him quitting.
I shouldn't speak ill of the dead, but some say the war broke him. PTSD. Me? I don't think so. When I met him, he had this aura about him, like he wasn't afraid of anything. Maybe it was just guilt. He ended a lot of lives, but that's just me speculating.
Gotcha. Thanks for the thoughts.
Wouldn't that be PTSD?
Do you recognize the aviator call sign, Cocky?
Of afraid not, ma'am. I know all the call signs, and I'm positive it's not one of them.
This isn't
Tata
current, though.
Divine
It
12
might have
would
been
like a
used as
sticker.
early as World War II.
Tater gets a sticker.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We don't keep any official records of call signs. The only option I can think of is to get a hold of somebody who was around back then.
Any suggestions?
The only person I can think of who is still alive would be Charles Wade.
Hey Ash,
All right,
how
thanks.
are you?
My
Welcome
pleasure,
in.
ma'am. Anything else I can help you with?
Alright, we're gonna take a second here to give Tater a sticker. We love the stickers. Go to just chatting for this. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Glad you are too. Alright, Tater, would you like... What is that? Whatever this is, or purple crystal.
Hey!
A guy holding up something and it has like an umbrella cut out. Yellow thing. I have no clue what that is. Please enlighten me if you guys know. Thank you so much for the heart me. Was it a heart me? Wait, let me move this. Yeah, it was a heart me. Thank you, Ash. Your favorite color is purple, right? No, that's okay. You'll take the guy. It's like a... Yeah, it's an umbrella imprinted on something that he's holding. You see this? Hang on. Chill. Let me turn the light off. You see it? It's like an umbrella thing. I don't know. Anyway. Squid Games? Okay. First season, the cookie. Oh, see, actually, I have a lot of Squid Game stickers, and I actually don't know what they are because I haven't seen it. All right, page 46. Yeah, it's from that Squid Game thing. Oh, man. Well, what's the cookie? What does it mean? That's too funny. Right next to the Kermit, too, is hilarious, honestly. Look, Tater. Cookie and tea. Love it. The cookie. Alright, cool. Yeah, Ash, welcome in. We're playing a mystery game right now called Kathy Rain, and it's really intriguing so far. Wait, hang on, before I do that, I have to go back to this screen. We're trying to figure out why our grandpa unalived, because it doesn't seem like something he would do. It seems like there was alternative motives from somebody. You have to cut out the umbrella, and if you don't, you can unalive the players. Only seen the first season. You have to cut out the cookie perfectly or you lose and unalive. That's wild.
I don't see a reason. I'm trying to get a hold of Charles
That's wild.
Wade. Would you happen to know how to reach him?
I'm sorry, ma'am, but Charles Wade is a public figure. He
I
explicitly asked us not to provide his contact details.
Is there any way you could make an exception?
No can do.
pretend to be a cop. The only thing I know about Squid Games is from that Fortnite version of the Squid Games, and I hated it. I got so mad. Guys, should we plead with him? Pretend to be a cop or give up? I kind of want to pretend to be a cop. What do you guys think? You didn't know about that one? It's still in Fortnite, I'm sure. It's basically Squid Games, but you're playing in Fortnite. Plead with him, you think? Alright, we'll plead with him.
What if it was a matter of life and death?
True.
Ma'am, if you're in a life-threatening situation, I suggest
Ow.
you call 911.
Pretend to be a cop seems too intense. Dang it.
Alright, that's all.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Alright, fine. Goodbye. This button. 911. Pick up phone. Let's try our dorm room. Oh, no way, no thanks. Doesn't sound fun.
Hi, this is Eileen speaking.
Hey, it's me, Kat.
This game must be inspired by... This game has got to be inspired by Nancy Drew. because it's very similar. This is called Kathy Rain. Kathy Rain.
I don't need to ask. I don't need.
Okay.
I'm trying.
Well, what do you know
Oh.
about the guy?
Not much.
She might know
I think
about
he was in
Cocky.
the Air Force and served with Grandpa.
Steam.
Maybe you could try to find somebody in the Air Force who knew him then?
Yeah, that might be worth a shot.
It was already in my family library, like my brothers already had it, so I checked it out and I was like, I watched the trailer and I was like, oh, that looks cool. So for me it was free because it was already in our library, but it is on Steam.
I'm trying to contact Charles Wade. You know, the industrialist?
Wow, really? Why?
It's complicated, but he knew Grandpa back in the day. They went to war together.
Huh. Must be super hard to get in touch with a person.
Do you guys like mysteries like
yeah,
this?
I'm finding that
And like
out.
Nancy Drew games and stuff?
Maybe you could ask someone in the Air Force. If he used to serve with your granddad, I mean.
Yeah, could be worth a shot. Okay, gotta go. Talk to you later.
Bye, Kathy.
Okay, well, we have an address now for the Myers family, so let's go to their house. There's a few of them. Oh yeah, there was a sequel, I thought, at least. Maybe it's a trilogy. It had really good reviews. Cabin? Oh, this is the Myers family house. Their teenage daughter, unfortunately unalived in the lake, apparently.
It doesn't belong to me.
Oh, yeah, I didn't want to take it.
55 degrees. Not too chilly, thankfully. It's totally overflowing with cigarette butts.
Swim in lake?
Gee, I would, but I forgot my swimsuit at home.
I love how sarcastic she is with some of these.
Thick, dense forest. What were you doing out there, Grandpa?
Yeah, what were you doing out there, Grandpa?
I can see someone moving inside.
Ooh. Maybe we'll knock.
Yes? Can I help you?
I hope so. My name's Rain.
I like her
Kathy
gray
Rain.
stripe.
Joseph's girl. The one they sent away.
I just see there's a director's cut
Yeah,
and a director's cut
right.
deluxe edition. Oh.
Well, what do you want?
I had some questions
Yeah,
about
I think
your
this is the
daughter,
original.
Lily.
Well, you know what? I don't have any answers, girl. Lily was precious, special. Lily died. That's all there is to it.
My grandfather came to see you, right? To ask about her?
Maybe he did. I don't see how that's any of your business.
I'm not asking for much, Mrs. Myers.
Then clearly
not a very
you
happy
have
person.
no idea what it's like losing a child. Goodbye.
Dang. Alright then. What if I... Nah.
Just go away.
Okay. Bye. Okay, bye. Adding to the wish list looks good. Yes. I'm glad that I'm playing a game that you're intrigued by. So we went to the Myers. Let's ask Grandma what she thinks about some of this. Just go away. Yeah, it definitely feels like a Nancy Drew game.
Oh.
Yes, hi, Mom. Grandma, I mean. Hi, Grandma.
Mind if we talk for...
Not at
Charles
What can
Wade.
you tell me about Charles Wade?
Well, I do know he has made quite a name for himself since he and Joseph went to war together. Apparently, he came up with some brilliant piece of engineering for the airplanes. They use it everywhere now.
Any idea how to get in touch with him?
I'm afraid not, dear. I haven't seen him for years. He and Joseph grew apart before you were born.
Any particular reason for that?
Oh, Ash, I need to put you on the board.
Not that I know of.
You said purple, right? There we go. How have you been, by the way? It's been a minute since I've talked to you. Yup.
I don't see a I don't see.
Okay, I think that's it.
See you later, Grams.
Take care.
I was only half listening to what she said about Charles Wade. I don't know what we can do next.
Looks overexposed. I can't make much out. I think I see. There's probably some way to enhance this back at school. I'll figure it out tomorrow when I'm back. I have no idea why this isn't at the bottom. Maybe because it looks like it could serve as half-decent toilet paper. Not that I need yet another reason. I'll write down clues in.
Let's check the attic again. Been up and down, normal for me. Okay, as long as it's mostly
Mr.
good.
Bear! How did you get all the way up there? Good idea. You just keep watch. I'll do the searching.
I'm excited because my gaming... Oh, I got an achievement. Reunited with a furry friend. Mr. Bear reporting for duty. Excited because my gaming PC is coming tomorrow. Yay! Do you know what your first game is going to be that you stream? Wait, I thought I saw something else over here. Shelves. Briefcase. Papers, typewriter, drawers. Chair.
A mere single pair of boots on.
I don't think I can do anything else here. Where could I go? Sheriff again? I'm gonna go to the cabin and see if I can sneak around the back or something. Not sure yet, but I'll be able to stream VR too. Ooh. VR is a lot more tricky. But if you can figure out VR, you can figure out any kind of streaming. Wait, what if I show her the picture?
Stop it!
Wait, let me show you a picture. No, I can't show you the picture. Oh.
Conwell Lake, where Lily...
I really can't. What if it's like... What if I...
What really happened? I don't have anything to say about it. Something was special about that girl. I just know it. I wonder who this I don't have anything to say. Charles Wade. I don't know how, but I will talk.
Okay. I guess let's try the sheriff's office. I don't know. I'm a little stuck. Otherwise, we can go back to the cemetery, but I don't see why we would. Let's talk to Lenny.
Hey, Lenny.
Hello, Kat.
Do you know the Myers family? Supposed to live somewhere near the lake?
Aren't they the ones whose daughter drowned a long time ago?
Yeah, that's right.
Might recognize them if I saw them, but that's about it.
Nah, I don't want to ask him about that.
Okay. What if I show you this?
Lenny, do you recognize these men?
Not really.
Duh.
I don't want to show.
Show him
Well,
the
gotta
police
go.
See ya.
report that we stole from the office.
Hello, Sheriff. I don't need to ask. I don't need.
Okay, then what?
That's all for now.
Good.
Wait, maybe he knows
Hello,
who's in the
Sheriff.
picture?
He's new in town. I don't.
Then
That's
what
all
do I
for now.
do? Not sure where to go then. Let's go talk to the bum again.
Okay, I guess. Maybe halfway through.
Hey bum, do you have anything to say about it? He's literally called bum.
Hi there.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
See ya.
I mean,
Just a bunch of
could distract
No
him
want.
again, but I don't know why I would.
Too heavy to carry. They look sturdy enough. I'll need a key.
I have a key.
I don't see how those things.
What do you mean? Can I use this?
That action doesn't seem.
Oh. Then I guess we'll try the cemetery.
A bunch of cops.
Otherwise, I don't know what to do. Kinda stumped. Cemetery? Unless there's, I mean, the Myers house. Maybe. We went to the cemetery before, and there was like a little boy just like standing by your grandpa's grave alone. And he was like, my mom's around, and we were like, where? And then we went to go look for her, and when we came back, he was gone. So, that was weird. Sorry I disappeared, had running to do with Jacob and make dinner. No worries. Thank you for coming back. We're playing Kathy Rain. And I'm stumped. We can go back to the house and look at the phone book. We could try to show something to Myers' mom, Mrs. Myers. But I don't know what. Maybe our roommate knows something else? Doom scrolling, saw that you were still on TikTok. Heck yeah, time to go to the purple app.
Damn. No, I should.
Yeah, I get to stream longer today because the boys are all gone. And I ate dinner on stream.
Hi, this is Eileen speaking.
Yeah, points
Hey,
for
it's
sticker.
me, Kat.
Oh, hi, what's up?
I'm trying to contact.
Wow.
It's complicated, but he knew
Huh. Must be super hard to get.
Yeah.
Maybe you could ask someone in the Air Force. If he used to serve with your granddad, I mean.
Yeah. I don't need to. I don't need to. I don't need to. Okay, got it.
Bye, Kathy.
We could try the Air Force again and pretend we're cop this time.
McConnell Air Force Base.
Hi.
Sure thing.
I don't see a I don't see. Do you
Afraid not, ma'am.
This isn't.
Oh.
Any
The only person.
All right, thanks.
My place.
I'm trying to.
I'm sorry. He has.
Is there any?
Okay.
Trying to be a cop.
I do have official business. I'm Deputy Reagan.
Wee-woo.
I'm calling from Conwell Springs Sheriff's Department.
Nice try. Do you know what caller ID is? You can clearly see that you're not calling from the station. Goodbye.
Damn, I can't pull.
My bad.
Looks overexposed. I can't make much out. Grandpa in uniform with 2 other men. Something is handwritten on the back. Flight training, McConnell Air Force Base, 1941.
Whoops, been caught. I don't know what else to do. Except maybe go back to Mrs. Myers and try... yeah, not the caller ID.
Oh.
Go back to Mrs. Myers and try everything.
Nah, I'm
more of a coffee gal. Same. I don't know what else I could do.
A decent-sized book. Mind if we talk?
I think we just have to go really bother
What can
Mrs.
you tell me
Myers.
Well, I do. Apparently, he came up with some brilliant piece of engineering for the.
Any idea? Any particular?
Oh.
I don't see. Do you recognize this key graph?
I'm afraid not.
I don't think we need to.
I'm gonna save real quick.
Well, gotta go.
Bye,
What do I do? What do I do? Let's go bother Mrs. Myers. Let's go annoy her to death. Because I can't think of anything else to do. Ah, dang ants. Keep finding ants. Hate ants. I really need to stop eating in here. I really do.
You again.
Yeah, I'm stuck, so you're gonna have to, like, tell me what to do. Oh, okay. Oh! I have to click on her again to talk to her again?
I'm not leaving until I get some answers.
Bite me!
Oh! Nope. Try again.
I'm still here and will be until you agree to talk to me.
Enjoy a night curled up in the leaves, then.
I'm gonna keep trying. No.
I deserve a few moments of your time.
What you deserve is a slap in the face.
Smack her.
You have.
She looks pretty annoyed with me.
No, I'm not gonna give up.
I'm not leaving until I get some answers.
Bite me!
I can see someone move.
What do I do?
Somebody around here is a
chain smoker. Okay, I can go down here.
Conwell Lake.
Wait, what do I do? That was aggressive. Can I, like, show her something?
I deserve what?
Hang on. What is... Could I show her something? At least she answers the door every time. This one? Show her. Show her. Duh! I don't know what to do, guys. I do have a stun gun. We could just stun her. Pick up a rock and throw it at the window. Aggressive woman. Okay, well... What if I just keep driving? Will I go home? I know, this is confusing. I must be missing something.
Dog fighting. Grandpa used to love that stuff.
She means airplanes.
Some kind of winter forest scene. I've always wondered if it's supposed to be Conwell Woods or not.
I don't know. Pull out the stun gun and make her talk. Exactly.
Nah, I got that. I got her. Nope, couldn't. I got the address. Damn. No, I should try to get a hold of him some other.
Let's just
I prefer to smoke outdoors.
light a ciggy and call it good.
Not now.
How about I light it
That
on fire?
action doesn't seem productive to.
Why not? Math book, picture.
Looks overexposed. I can't make much out. Grandpa in uniform.
1941.
Tragic drowning in early morning on Sunday the 14th. The girl is survived by her mother, father, and younger brother. The notice is dated July. It's a small key, fairly modern design. No identifying tag, unfortunately.
Let Quartz be a pyro game? Jeez. Right? Don't tell me I have to actually look it up.
Various books and... I've already searched that.
I know.
An old
Do it
type-
again.
Just... I've already...
Shush. Do it again.
Nah, not...
Gah. Turn it off. Nocturnal. Rediscovered yourself as a creature of the night. Achievement. Guys, now I'm a creature of the night. LOL, please. Go see if you can smoke a cigarette at the Myers house. Oh! Tater, I think you got it. Oh my gosh, you're so smart. Be like, hey, want a ciggy? Want to share one? Oh my gosh, you're brilliant. I could kiss you. I bet that's it. I bet that's it. Let's offer her a ciggy. Guys, don't smoke. It's bad for you. Aha! If she lets you, good idea. Okay.
Just go.
Here. Give it.
Care to join me for a smoke, Mrs. Myers?
Well, I'm gonna have to
Batty.
think about it. What brand?
Corley Cinders. Extra long.
You got taste. I'll give you that.
Tater, you're brilliant. You're brilliant.
And that's
so
when
glad you're
he
here.
realized it was his own bong.
Oh.
Oh my. Oh, now
Oh.
that was a good one. You know what, Kathy? You're okay. Sorry for being
She doesn't want to
such a
slap us
cranky old
anymore,
guy
guys.
before. I get a short fuse when I run out of smokes.
Now, that's an understatement. Good thing I had my morning smoke, otherwise we would have had a fist fight on our hands.
Oh, dang.
Oh, it's getting chilly. Why don't we head inside?
We got to go
Sure,
inside.
Let's go.
Glad it worked. Didn't think it would for a second. Yeah, because she started smoking. I was like, oh, wait.
Now, this here's my boy Nathan. He's special. Nate, be polite and say hello to Kathy.
Is that what you meant by what if the little boy's name was Nathan? Because Lily's brother is Nathan?
Yet another burial ground for those sweet, addictive, not to mention cancer.
I'm going to turn the music down a smidge. It seems a little overpowering right now. Okay. We're going to sit on the couch.
Nice painting.
Or not. I'm looking around.
I can smell something.
Something's cooking?
Nice view of the lake from here.
Sit.
So you wanted to ask me about Lily?
Yay!
Yeah.
Nicotine, the
Do you
way to
mind
her
telling me what
heart.
happened when my grandfather came to see you?
Well, he knocked on my door a few years after Lily had passed away. I didn't know Joseph too well myself, but I'd heard of him and the good he'd done for the other people around here. So I let him in. He started asking a bunch of questions about Lily, like if I was absolutely sure that it was suicide.
And what did you say?
The truth. That she was depressed and had been for a long time.
Oh.
I had no doubts about what happened.
All right. Anything else?
Well, he was weirdly curious about her paintings.
Lily painted?
Yep, that's one of hers right there on the wall.
I see, it's beautiful. So, in what way was he curious?
He asked if Lily had painted anything odd or strange. I didn't really get what he was after, but I let him have a look at her work. He spent some time browsing through them, and then he wrote something down on a piece of paper, thanked me, and left.
Huh. Any idea of what he could have seen?
Not really. I had the paintings all lined up. Could have been anything.
Kaya, that's like become your
Would you
walk-on.
mind showing them to me?
Well, I would if I could, but this is the only one I have left. I sold the rest many years ago to this weirdo art collector.
I have expected her to write weirdo art collector.
So, tell me about Lily's art.
It used to be about cheerful things, but as she drifted further into depression, she started painting horrible things. The last few pieces looked like Halloween.
Thanks, Betty.
Not really.
Girl, I know.
Except from the guy I told you about who bought most of her paintings.
Tell me about this art.
Rich, fancy looking, in his 50s or thereabouts.
Do you think it was Charles
I'd say
Wade?
He'd be around 70 now if he's still alive.
I bet you it was
He
Charles
knocked on
Wade that took her
door
picture.
One day with a wad of cash in his hand, $5,000. He wanted everything that Lily so much as touched with a brush.
Huh. Did he say why?
Nope, but I got the feeling that most of that dough was paid so he could avoid any questions. I took the money. I still had Nathan to support.
Did the
Do what
stranger
you gotta
give you
do,
his
girl.
name?
No. Well, his face was far from forgettable, though. Big nose, bright blue eyes, looked black Irish. He had a thick black mane, turning gray, no beard.
All right, Sue. Thanks. Does the name Charles Wade mean anything to you?
Oh, he's some big-time businessman, ain't he?
Oh.
Yeah, he owns a large company.
That
So
about
you-
sums up what I know about the fella.
So he's not the art collector?
What do you do to support the two of you?
A little bit of this and that. Got
Thanks
me
for the
some
taps on
cash
TikTok.
saved up, too. Nathan helps out when he can.
What happened to your husband, if you don't mind me asking?
You could say he didn't quite cope as well as I did with what happened to Lily. He got himself a death wish after what happened to her, started drinking and getting into all sorts of trouble. 5 years left for him in the joint now. Been there for 15.
Man, that must be rough for you.
Oh,
Is that
we're
the
doing
bum in the
just
jail
fine
cell?
Without him, aren't we, Nate?
Mama takes good care of us.
Mama sure does.
Was that the bum in the jail cell? The way Russell fell asleep on Alice is hilarious. His little lips are puckered like he's drinking a bottle. Oh, I love that.
I don't need to ask. Mind telling me what Lily was like, Sue?
I'd be happy to. She was Nathan's older sister by 2 years. Lily was like any girl growing up, normal, happy, talking about school, boys, and whatnot. And she and Nathan
This
were
is really
close
good voice
back then,
acting in this
always
game.
playing together in the woods. When Lily was 10, she started drawing, always doodling on just about anything she could get her hands on. We didn't have much, really, and so she used what she could. Once I even caught her scribbling on toilet paper. On her 12th birthday, we gave Lily a thick sketchbook with an assortment of pencils. She was ecstatic. That was the happiest I'd ever seen her. From that day, drawing became her life. Eventually, her art
Aw,
teacher
Nathan
at
is
school helped her to
coloring.
get started with oil painting. when Lily was 15, something
Ash with the
changed.
TikToks.
At first, I thought it was just usual
Title
teen angst,
gifter.
but no, this was something different.
Enjoying
She
that you don't have
started
to sit
going
there and
out,
read a lot for
disappearing
real.
for long periods of time.
Thank you for 21
She locked herself in
TikToks.
and painting.
Thank you so
She never
much.
used to do that. I tried everything. Counseling, support groups, antidepressants. Nothing worked.
Oh, honey.
About a year later, she just gave up.
Oh,
And,
that's so
well,
sad.
You know the rest.
I'm sorry, Sue.
Sorry. When
That
I'm
must have
sad, I
been
fart.
unimaginable.
Thanks, darling, but it's been
Yeah,
a
thank you,
while
Ash.
now. I've learned to live with it.
I don't need to ask. Do you know anything about what happened to my grandfather? How he ended up in a wheelchair?
Stroke, wasn't it? At least that's what I heard.
Not necessarily. There are some divided opinions about it.
Now that I think about it, that whole ordeal happened to him not long after he came here.
How long?
A week, maybe, at the most.
What do you think about this church?
It's a good church. I go there from time to time. I bring Nate, too, when that boy needs the fear of God put into him.
Anything else we should do?
No reason to. Hey, Sue, do you recognize any of these men?
Well, there's Joseph Rain. Always so handsome. I had such a crush on him.
She had a
back in the
crush on
day.
her grandpa.
No way. That's him. The man who bought the paintings. He's much younger here.
Hey!
There's no mistaking that hair and nose.
Are you sure?
I'm positive, little cat. That's the guy who walked into this cabin with $5,000 in cash.
Hey,
That's
we're getting
very
somewhere.
helpful, Sue. Thanks. Ugh. Another question for the elusive Mr. Wade.
Okay.
I'd rather just. Let this be open.
That's a bit of a weird question.
Thank you for 15K likes. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
No reason. No reason. No.
Okay. Should I show her the stun gun? Okay.
I think I'm gonna head off now.
I think that's it.
Sure thing, little cat. Come
It is
back
a lot of
anytime.
dialogue, not gonna lie. But it's
Oh, by the
intriguing.
look- I can smell.
Like, I am curious about what happened. Let's talk to Nathan.
What you doing, big fella?
Drawing.
Oh yeah? What are you drawing?
The nice red man.
You mean Santa?
No, the nice red man.
Now, what did I say about raising your voice at strangers?
Oh,
Sorry, Mama. I'll be nice.
finally getting somewhere
The
with this
red man
case,
is
exactly.
nice.
Don't mind him. He gets so absorbed in his drawings thanks to that wild imagination of his, just like his sister.
Interesting.
Nah, he's stuck in his own little world. Very lifelike. Contrary to popular belief, I don't believe the owls are more than what they seem.
Okay, I guess that's it. Bye. Red Man, like the dip? There's a dip called Red Man? Oh hey, something off our list. Okay. Now what do we do?
Oh, you must like me.
Thank you for the likes. We could ask Grandma about Lily's art. Only because I worked at a gas station that sold it. Let's ask Grandma.
Mind if we talk for a
Ad
bit,
break in
Grandma?
20 seconds, guys.
Not at all, dear. What's on your mind?
That guy needs a hug.
I don't see a reason to.
No?
Bye, Grandma. I'll be back later.
So long.
Thanks for the hug. Okay, so then we ask the sheriff? about it. Loose leaf red man chewing tobacco. Tater knows. I guess we'll ask them.
Hey, Lenny.
Hello, Cat.
Nah.
No?
Well, gotta go.
See ya.
Okay, what about the sheriff?
Hello, Sheriff. I don't need.
Does he know where the key goes to?
I probably should.
Oh. Show him the stun gun.
I don't. That's all for now.
Good.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm stuck again. We could try the cemetery again.
Laney, I need you to do something.
How can I help us?
It's my
A bunch
mother's
of
birthday this weekend. You'll have to get her a gift.
Gift? Like what? I don't really know your mother.
For Christ's sakes, all moms are the same. Just use your imagination.
Yeah, I'm confused. Cemetery. Oh, maybe we call our roommate? Maybe our roommate could look up her artwork or something? Is that kid back? No. This game kind of reminds me of, Franbo. Let's go call our roommate and see if she knows anything. Because she is actually a little helpful. Not as cool as my quack quack artwork. Not as cool. Not as cool. This definitely is a slower paced game, but I'm really intrigued. Like, I'm hooked. I want to know what happened now.
Hi, this is Eileen speaking.
Hey, it's me, Kat.
Oh, hi, what's up?
I don't need to ask her.
Duh.
I don't need to. Okay.
What? You're no help.
No result for that. Nan.
Duh! Now we're back to where we started. That really didn't help much, did it?
Oh, you must like me.
Thank you for the likes. Appreciate you. They actually make you rewind this thing.
You've reached the Rain residence. Leave a message after the beep.
Thought it did.
Hello,
What?
Joseph, Mrs. Rain.
Thought what did?
It's me, Charles. I thought I'd give you a call. Erica just had her firstborn. It's a boy. Thankfully, he looks nothing like his father. Listen, I was thinking maybe you'd like to come and visit. And what about your little Kathy? Maybe she wants to see the baby.
Little Kathy.
Well, anyways, I hope to see you soon. All the best. Bye.
So that's Charles Wade.
You people make me sick. We're never coming back. Don't call, don't write. If you ever try to contact us, I will call the police.
Don't know who that is.
Joseph, you there? It's me, Cocky.
That's Cocky.
It happened to me too. And I'm not going to tell any of those bastards. They got it all wrong. You're the only one I trust now.
Thinking the info I got would help, yeah.
Call me back as soon as you can.
Where's that church brochure? Can we not visit the church?
It's the brochure that priest gave me at the funeral. The logo stands out, but other than that, it's just the usual church. There's also an address at the bottom. You know, if I ever feel like getting my god on. Huh. Good old Satan. Better get his snowmobile ready for that day.
Oh, jeez. Does that mean we have the address now? I didn't actually look at the brochure before. We could go to the church. Do I have the address now? No? Okay. Then what are we missing, guys? Can we call the church? We still have a small key. Do you think it'd be like...
This paint looks fresh. Grandma must have had this restored recently. Cute red horse.
Can the key go on the horsey? No? Golly. Unless there's more, I could talk to the thing. Hey, Elliot. Oh my goodness, you have so many accounts. It's 1 a.m. for you. Well, good morning. It's 7:30 for me.
Oh, hello,
PM.
dear.
I'd burn if I walked into a church. Oh my goodness. Is there something? There's gotta be something I'm missing.
Nice leather chair.
Gotta be something I'm missing. We have a key for something. I don't know. Same account, changed my user a lot. This is my main account. Well, welcome back. It's good to see you, friend. 8:30 p.m. for me. Wow, good morning, Elliot. Mm-hmm. You must be in the UK or something. Or Australia? Let's go back to the cabin, I guess. I went to Alice and Cam's baptism, felt so a place with all my runes that I have tattooed on me. Yeah, it's a little out of place, but I'm sure that nobody mind. Did.
Snowy Scottish Elliot MONK would like a daily gem.
A gem! Oh, you're from Scotland. I didn't know
Oh,
that.
you must like me.
That is a very different welcome than the last one she gave us. Thank you for the likes. Do you want a gem card or do you want an office meme? Last time she was like, leave me alone, stop coming here. I don't know. A card?
I had a few more questions, Sue.
Shoot. You got Aventurine. Create your own luck. Luck of the Scottish, right? Well, that makes sense that your name is Snowy Scottish Elliot. Kids were so happy that I was there. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's awesome. That is all that matters. Rachel!
Potoff_Rachels_world says hello to Quartz
Hi,
and the
Rachel.
gems.
How are you today?
So awesome. You so cute. You make my heart go woot woot.
Thank you, Tater. Right back at you.
Do you... It's true. Not necessarily.
Now that...
How long?
A week.
I don't need... Mind tell...
I beat Lily with... She and when Lily was we did on her from that when she's... I try about...
I'm sorry.
Thanks.
I don't need...
Yep, if you...
So...
Yep, like if you want...
So...
But Ash in the lab...
That's all.
Oh, look! A dandelion! Must be the last one to see.
Rachels_world just cheered
thank
5
you for the
bits.
5 bits. I appreciate you. What was your favorite color again, my friend? Was it purple? I gotta put you on my board.
I already showed. No reason. No re. No re. No re. I already. I'd rather. Do you know what?
Well, that's a bit of a.
I'd rather. I was pretty tempted before, but I think we're past that now.
She admits that she was tempted to use the stun gun on her. No, Rachel, tell me your favorite color. I need it. I need to do your favorite color. I know. We wipe it clean on Sunday. Elliot on the board? It's a new account, so you don't have enough points for the board, but I'll still give it to you. Elliot, you like...
Thank you very much,
black?
sir. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Ash, you're already there because you gifted, friend. Oh yeah, pink and purple. I'm gonna do it again. It is the same account, then how come you weren't following me? Rachel. Thanks, friend. How's your streaming been lately? Gray, but you can do black. Had to unfollow? Why? I'll put you on here. You see your points on TikTok by doing exclamation mark score. Rude. Anybody else getting FYP stuff where it's from Death Becomes Her, the musical? Because now every time someone says rude, I'm like, that? Wait. She's always, that was rude. That was pretty effing rude. No, just me? Okay.
I think I'm gonna.
Sure thing.
I can smell something.
Yeah, I got nothing, guys.
Elk, by the looks of it.
Epic the musical? No, but I want to so bad. I have heard songs from it. It's so good. I keep saying we should have a movie night and watch it.
She was born a 76 Corley Motors, but there aren't many original parts left. Took me a couple of years to make her perfect.
I say it all the time because it was all over my FYP for like 2 weeks, right? Enjoy the lurk, Rachel. Thanks for being here. Little Wolf is my favorite song. Song or saga? Yeah, it's adorable. I don't know what to do.
Thick, dense forest. Thick. Conwell Lake.
I don't know, guys. Saga. Saga. What do you mean by saga? You know what?
Hey, Sheriff, what's the deal with that bum?
That bum back here, I think she said... I think, what's-her-face, Mrs. Myers, told us that he's her, like, husband or something.
Hey.
Hi there.
So, why'd they put you...
Is that... Yeah, I didn't mean to steal anything. I was just using my pockets to move the beer to the checkout.
Saga.
That's the worst excuse
kind of like
I have ever
each
heard.
song or episode.
For your
Oh,
information,
okay.
I happen to have a deadly fear of shopping carts.
I take my...
Okay, we did all that.
Okay.
See?
No want.
Oh.
I'm leaving!
Tortured and imprisoned bum achievement? Oh my gosh. Bye, Elliot. Gonna sleep? Yeah, get some good sleep. Thanks for hopping in to say hello. Appreciate you.
Just a bunch. I'll need a key.
I have a key.
They look sturdy enough.
I have the key.
That combination makes no sense.
What do you mean?
That action doesn't seem productive to me.
What do you mean?
Too heavy to carry. Brilliant idea.
What are you talking about?
A jail cell. A jail cell.
Ash would like a daily gem.
Hi there.
Okay, Ash, do you want an actual gem card or do you want the office meme?
Good to know. A jail.
Okay, get out of here. A jail cell. A jail cell. A jail cell.
Guess.
Go away, Lenny.
He's having.
Gem
Here we go
card.
again.
You got apophyllite. Apophyllite? Apophyllite. Stay positive. Stay positive. Light. Love it. That's a good one. Okay.
Various notices.
I don't know why I'm searching files, but we're doing it. Yeah, I love that too.
I already got the report.
Jail cell sounds like a vacation. No, Batty Brad, no.
Fax machines. I got the key already.
Wait, what?
I got the key already.
You got the key already. Oh, I could use this phone too. This is all I have. I already got the key.
I guess somebody.
Well, let's try talking to him.
Nah, I should use this time to poke around.
Hello. All right, Ella. Oh, while you're poking around. Yeah. Well, what do I... How do I...
Land of the free. I should use this time to poke around.
Yeah, I did, though. Hello. I wonder where I'm supposed to go.
Batty Brat 0823 is here lurking.
It got confusing again, yeah. Enjoy the lurk, Batty. Put him to bed. Sounds good.
Looks like the rain.
Hello, we're playing
A lamp on the
this
dog
game, and it's extremely confusing now. I don't know what to do next.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Grandma.
Mind if we talk for?
Not at all.
I already showed. I don't want. I don't. Can you?
It's not very far from I believe they're still training you.
So.
Oh, it was those were every when I sure.
I found.
Oh,
Do they still live around here?
Mother and son,
But not the.
no,
I see.
not really.
But
I don't
I
see a
know.
reason to ask her
Yeah,
about
I
that.
see. Not really.
What?
Well, apparently,
Any?
Oh,
I don't. Bye, Grandma. I'll be back later.
so long.
This is called Kathy Rain. Kathy with a K.
Grandpa in uniform with 2 other men. That action doesn't seem productive.
Sure does.
Oh,
Nothing
you
from
must
Grandma.
like me.
Thank you for the likes, guys. I appreciate that. We can try...
No result. I got that. I got her family. Nah. Damn. No hit. I should. Nope. Couldn't find. Damn. No, I should try to get a hold of him some other way.
Don't worry, buddy. You're doing fine.
Thank you.
Hi, this is.
Hey, it's me.
Oh.
I don't need to. I'm trying to find this.
Well, what do you know?
Not much. I think
Maybe you could try to find somebody in the Air Force?
Yeah. I'm trying.
Wow.
It's complicated.
Huh. Maybe you could ask someone in the Air.
Yeah. I don't. Okay, got it.
Bye, Kathy.
Yeah, that's the attic. There's nothing up there either.
Just a phone. Must be a popular model. We have the same one at the dorm.
There's a computer back in her dorm room, but I don't know how to get back to her room.
McConnell Airport.
Hi.
Sure thing.
Do you
I know that he but as how he was
any theory?
I'm afraid not.
Okay.
Well, I'm
Any idea?
Oh,
granddaughter.
Well,
Appreciate.
I should me maybe.
Gotcha.
Art?
I don't see a reason. I'm
sorry.
Is there any?
Okay.
Never mind.
All right.
All right.
Golly.
Goodbye.
What am I missing, guys? What am I missing?
I'll be back.
See you soon, Ash.
Various books.
Wait, diagram?
It looks like someone was doing geometry.
Oh.
A worn off. Nah.
We've been through everything else. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I did, Ella. They didn't work. Thank you for trying to help me figure this out, though, because I am stumped. This is what we know so far. Our grandpa was found unalive in the woods, where we think there's ulterior motives, but the police don't. So we're investigating it ourselves, of course. And in the meantime, we found out that he was in the Army, or the Air Force, I mean, and struggled with PTSD. And there was also an incident at the lake where a teenage girl unalived from drowning, and they're the Myers family. Her name's Lily. So we went to their house and talked to her mom and her brother. And now I just don't know. We have a key, but I think we just used that to get some evidence because we snuck into the filing system at the sheriff's department. We looked at all the tombstones.
A family mausoleum. The family must have been fairly rich. Those things don't come cheap.
I have a key.
That combination makes...
Okay, sure. It makes some sense. This is our grandfather's grave.
The grave is brimming with flowers.
There was a kid here, and then we went away, and then he disappeared. Man, what can we do? Yeah, it's a bit confusing. I mean, it's a detective game. But right now, it's not really giving me any prompts to do anything, so I'm just kind of lost. I wonder if I can get a hint in the settings or something. I feel like there's more at the cabin, maybe, but I don't know. No idea. Let me see if there's like a hint in the settings. Options? No.
I can see some.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google it. Which stinks. Because I hate Googling it, but I don't want to sit here forever either. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Right? Think about action is recommended for a hint.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Locations you have finished will be grayed out and can't be visited anymore. Rain resident, ask grandma about the attic. Math book, talk to grandma. Cabin, knock on door. Ask about it, leave the cabin. Achievement. Wait, that's the end of the day. Knock on door again, offer a smoke, talk to Nathan, talk to Sue, ask about the incident, about Lily. Lily's art and art collector, show the photos. Ask her about Charles Wade, leave the cabin. Get on the Catmobile for finishing day 1. Oh. Oh! Jeez, I never would have got that. I never would have gotten that. So, you know how it said, you know how it said that we pretend to be a cop, but he was like, it's called caller ID. Oh shoot, wrong thing. Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to figure this out again. It said caller ID. So we can go to the sheriff's station and call from the sheriff's phone and pretend to be a cop. And they'll get us through to Charles Wade. That's annoying. I never would have figured that out. Never.
Hey, do you mind if I use this phone here?
Sorry.
Not allowed. Dang it, so now I have to get him distracted again. Plus, it would be bad to say, to pretend to be a cop in front of him anyway.
Okay, I guess. Maybe halfway through.
Hey you, I need you to distract him again.
Hey.
Hi
Sure. Good.
Sure! Add warning, 1.5 minute.
Guess what? He's...
Yeah, go get him, go get him.
Here we go.
Okay, use phone. Mean you skip through most of the speaking? Well, that's because I've
Conwell Air Force Base, how can I help you?
I've heard that dialogue
I was
so
just
many
wondering
times
if you
now.
had time to answer a few questions.
Sure thing, ma'am.
I only skip the ones that we've done before.
I'm trying.
I'm sorry, ma'am. He has.
Is there any?
Okay.
I do have a fish.
I can see that you're actually calling from the station. You say you're a cop?
Eh?
You don't sound like a cop.
Ignore his doubts, threaten him to report him, or accuse him of being sexist. What do you guys think? Ignore him, threaten him, or accuse him of being sexist? 4 isn't an option. 3, accuse him of being a sexist.
What, the women don't belong in law enforcement? Is that what you're saying? That's so sexist.
Now that's hardly what...
Do you have any idea what I have to go through every day? Nobody takes me seriously. The dirty looks, the sexual
Oh,
innuendos,
dang, she's leaning into it.
Relax, okay? I'll check the files. It's 555-7641.
We did it.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, pal. Wow. We got it. Do you have any idea?
Wade residence?
Hi, this is Kathy Rain. I'm calling for Charles Wade.
It worked.
He doesn't live here anymore. What's this about? What do you want with my father?
I'd just like to have a quick word with Mr. Wade. It's about my grandfather, Joseph Rain.
You're 20 years late, girl. My father has neither time nor energy to deal with you people.
You people?
This conversation is over. Unless my father explicitly says he wants to talk to you, it's not going to happen.
What a stuck-up, overclass witch. Well, she hasn't heard the last from me. I'm going to talk to that
Ma'am,
old
I'm
man
a police
one way or
officer.
another. It's getting late. I should head back to the city.
There we go. Finished day 1, finally.
Hey, you're still up.
I was wondering when you'd show up. How did it go?
Long story. I found out about some stuff that happened when I was a kid.
And I went in circles.
Wow. What a mystery. So what's the plan now?
I don't know yet, but I'll figure something out.
What about this Charles Wade? You still haven't talked to him. And that strange bright picture you showed me? Those tapes? Listen, I know this guy.
Eileen, relax. We can talk about it tomorrow, okay? Oh, it's way too late now.
Oh, I couldn't possibly sleep now. I'm way too excited.
Well, that makes one of us. Nighty.
Good night, Kat.
Music's a vibe.
Hey, Kathy, wake up!
Ugh, you are so lucky there are no sharp objects near this bed.
Guess what? I got an idea.
Please tell me it involves
I
you
have an
taking a sabbatical.
idea. Can you fly me up there?
So you found all this evidence, right? Pictures, tapes, and stuff?
I guess. Why?
Well, as you know, I have a computer. And I know this hacker guy, Dave, and... Oh, never mind. I'll just write you a note. You go back to sleep.
Seriously, Eileen, sometimes I just marvel at how your brain works.
I know, right?
I don't think she meant it as a compliment. What do you call a girl with one leg shorter than the other? Eileen.
Are you sure you want to do this, Catherine? You still have time, if you think there's any chance you would change your mind.
I'm sure, Doctor. Just get it out of me. But please, don't tell my mom.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, but we have to do that. It's the law.
It's none of her business. It's my choice to make. I have enough shit going on with her already. This would just add fuel to the fire.
Ooh, trigger
I'm
warning.
afraid there's nothing I can do.
Fine. Let's just
Not my
get
government
this over
name,
with
Ella.
then.
Right this way.
Ugh, I hate that dream.
Poor thing.
I guess Eileen went to class. I probably should too. Nah. I'm no geek, but I know how to use a computer. That.
Nah.
Makeup check, hair check, horrible mood, and contempt for humanity check.
She didn't wash her face, brush her teeth, nothing.
Nah, I have nowhere I need to go right now.
Oh, okay.
Nah, it's no fun when there's no one around to annoy with it.
Then what are we doing here?
Eileen's schedule. There's a note for today. Help Kathy get in touch with Dave.
His phone? Call myself. Okay. Nowhere to go. Go back to sleep?
I just got up.
Okay, suitcase?
Eileen's girly suitcase. There's a sticker on it with her full name. Eileen Mildred Summers.
That's quite the name.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get her for that. I wish I could wrap up that fact and save it for Christmas. We
Pink
meet
bear.
again, Mr. Bear. Don't give me that look. It's not my fault you ended up so close to my lighter.
Oh, snap.
I can certainly see the appeal of blind... I think that movie is about a girl and a boy who... Oh, wait.
So... like... now I'm stuck here?
Oh, what's this?
Oh, okay.
Hi, Kat. Feel free to use my computer while I'm away.
There we go.
My password is Angel Love, without the quotes. If you call my friend Dave at 555-2492, he can set you up with some software.
Okay.
I'll be back in a few hours, super psyched about the investigation. E. P.S. No gum on the keyboard, please. Remember the last time? Oh, please, like she actually uses the space bar. Shit, looks like she forgot to write down the username. Oh well, shouldn't be too hard to guess. I think it's just some combination of her first and last name.
So, EMS. We got her name. Maybe. Wait, what was her password? Wait, get me out of here. What was the password again? Ah!
I'll write down clues in...
Oh, here.
Hi, Kat. Feel my password if you call my friend
Oh,
Super
Angel Love. Her password is Angel Love. And then her name is Eileen Mildred Summers. How many? Okay. It has to be that many letters. Eileen Mildred. Eileen Mild. Eileen Some. I lean some. I don't lean a lot, but I lean some. Angel Love. What about it's like E.M. Summers? Oh, come on. Eileen M.S. Eileen Mill Some. What could it be? Angel Love, yeah.
Eileen's girly suitcase. There's a sticker on it with her full name. Eileen Mildred Summers.
Eileen Mildred Summers. We just don't know her username. But she said it should be a combination of her name. Eileen Misu. And let me make sure I did the password right. Angel Love. Eileen MS. Eileen Some. E.M. Summers. Huh. EMS. Does it have to be capitalized? Oh, jeez. Let's try calling... What's his face? Her hacker friend. Maybe he knows.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Kathy. Eileen said to call you about some software.
Ellie who?
Eileen. Red hair, glasses, speaks so fast her gums ache.
Oh, right. I thought her name was Errol. Figured it was kind of a weird name for a girl.
Errol?
You must have a hearing disorder.
That was blunt. I didn't hear what he said.
Wow. Just wow. So, the software?
Oh, yeah. No, can't. Not really.
I knew she was full of shit.
Nah, I mean, sure, I used to be able to get pirated software, but not anymore. There was this misunderstanding and my network privileges were revoked. Me and Clyde, the campus IT guy, don't really see eye to eye. We used to play bocce together, and let's just say he is one sore loser.
Can't you just hack your way back in somehow? Isn't that what you do?
He blocked the Ethernet port in my room. I don't even have physical access.
Don't you ever leave your room? Use a computer in the library or something. Aren't they connected to the network?
No, there are cameras in there. Clyde is just waiting for me to make a move so he can get me expelled.
Can't you just patch things up with the guy?
No way. He's such an ass. He even thinks TNG is better than the original series.
He thinks the what?
I know, right? Can you believe that guy?
You call yourself a hacker? Just use your brain, for Christ's sake. Let's figure this out.
Wow, you're so sassy, Nancy Drew. Well, okay, only an admin account can change the access port. The only way to even theoretically crack one would be if Clyde logged on to a machine to which we have unrestricted physical access. And... Ooh, I got an idea.
I'm not gonna like this.
Well, what you could do is intentionally crash your PC.
That sounds especially stupid.
Well, not crash it, just crash it a little, then call Clyde.
Crash
Clyde
it a
will come
little.
over to fix it. If you're lucky, then he'll log onto the network using his admin account. Afterwards, you can use some of my tools to find and crack the password locally.
Worth a shot, I guess. Okay, you can come over and set it up.
No way. I have severe IBS, it just wouldn't work.
Severe IBS?
IBS? What the hell is that?
You seriously don't want to. I'll have my buddy drop off everything you need. It's not rocket science. You do what I ask, and I'll get you some juice.
Whatever, weirdo. We'll see.
Whatever, weirdo. Okay.
That's why they call me Slim Shady. I'm back.
There was a
Welcome
floppy
back,
disk in there
Ash.
with a note taped to the back.
A floppy disk? Amazing. Ella, you don't even know what a floppy disk is, do ya? Let's try, like, Summers... EM? Summers E. EM Summers. EILMILSUM. EILEMILDSUMM. Trying to figure out her username. Yes, we got back to the dorm. Turns out, I don't know if you were here for that, but it turns out that we had to call the Air Force Base about Charles Wade from the sheriff's office, so that the caller ID would make it look like we really were a cop when we lied and said we were a cop. And then after that whole conversation, we got a hold of Charles Wade's number, and called him, and then the day ended. Now we're trying to get into Eileen's computer. She gave us the password, but not the username. And she said it's probably a combination of her name, which we
Eileen's
found
girly
out's
suitcase.
Eileen Mildred
There's a sticker on it
Summers.
with her full name, Eileen Mildred Summers. Eileen's girl. I'm no geek, but I know how. A computer that. Eileen borrowed it from school. Color printer. Hi, Kat. My password is if you call my friend Dave at 5. Super psyched. That missing username is a bit annoying, but I think I can guess it based off her names.
Guess it based off her names? Yeah, right? I never would have gotten it. E-M-S. A disk that is floppy. Unless you can't do... Bro, I forgot what they're called. Dash, I think? Yeah. Maybe. I think I can guess it based off her names. E-M-S. E-M-S? Huh. M's Summers? Or E.M. Summers? I feel like the caps lock wouldn't apply. Eileen M.S. Dash M.S. Mildred. E. Mildred S. What is this? What is it? Don't tell me I have to do this too. Like Google this too. I guess I bet I can guess from her names. Backwards? Like Eileen backwards? That would be stupid hard. SME? I feel like I would. Nar. E. Eileen. M-I-S-U. E-I-L-M-I-L-S-U-M. E-I-M-I-S-U-M-M-E-R. You know, like, what? Just Summers? E. Summers? Are you kidding? It was E. Summers. I thought we had to include the middle name.
Bruh.
I know. All right. Computer, floppy disk, computer. Golly.
Yikes forever.
Oh man, don't you miss these computers? Yikes forever, for real. The three of us couldn't figure it out. Extract admin password.
No use doing that before Clyde is lost.
Okay, fine. Corrupt. Are you sure? Yes. Corrupted! Okay, bye.
Alright, time for some expert help.
91 to 95. I feel old, right? Do I have Clyde's number? He didn't give us Clyde's number.
Yeah?
Hey, it's me again, Kathy. I'm not sure what to do.
Can't talk right now. In the middle of the game.
Bro.
Douche.
Bro. Okay. Now go to the door?
Nah.
But we need Clyde now. He's up to something more than playing a game? Yeah, probably. Disk boot failure. Yeah. Check the letter again. It wasn't a letter, it was a floppy disk. And Eileen's note was just her password. So it's corrupted now. How do we find Clyde?
Color print.
If we can't leave and we don't have his number, how do we contact Clyde?
Nah.
To help us with the computer. The heck?
Not that I don't love the sound of my own voice, but...
Oh, I had to see what it would do. Tater, welcome back. So what ended up happening was we were able to get Charles Wade's residence number by going to the police station and calling from their phone, because then when we said, yeah, I'm a police officer, he was like, oh, looking at the caller ID, you are one. And then he was like, well, how come a woman's calling or something? And we accused him of being sexist, and then he panicked and gave us the number. So then after we called the residents, of course, they were like, he's not here, go away. And then we woke up in our room. Now we're trying to get access to Eileen's computer. We finally figured out her stupid username. We called the hacker guy. He said he's having beef with Clyde. Hacker Dave is having beef with Clyde. But we need Clyde to get some stuff off the computer. I don't even remember what we're trying to get off the computer. So now we got a floppy disk from Hacker Dave's friend. We used it to corrupt Eileen's computer so that we can get Clyde to come over to fix it and help us get admin passwords. And now I'm stuck. Again. Let's see if we can call Hacker Dave again.
Yeah?
Hey, it's me again, Kathy. I'm not sure what to do.
Can't talk right now. In the middle of the game.
That's what I did last time.
Douche. I'm no geek, but I know Eileen borrowed it from school. She takes a bunch of computer classes.
She borrowed a computer from school? So this happens. And then it crashes. Wait, it's looking for the floppy disk again, and I have it with me. Maybe I put it back in? Let's try this again. Interesting. Okay. Starting Phoenix.
No use doing that before Clyde is logged in.
No MBR detected. Corrupt hard drive. It said we corrupted the MBR. So now what? Golly. What do we do? It won't let me leave.
Nah. I'm no geek.
How do we get in touch with Clyde?
You must like me.
I'll write down clues in this as I find them.
Thank you for the likes.
What really happened? Something was special. I wonder who the... Charles Wade. Something was special.
Oh! Can we put this on the scanner? Something different before you corrupted it? Uh-oh. Did I do it wrong? Uh-oh. Was I not supposed to do that?
This picture is in good shape. I don't think it needs...
Oh, we should have analyzed the picture first? Are you kidding? There's got to be something somewhere for that guy, but I don't know. This guy analyzed the image first. Well, shoot. Let's do the autosave. Let's reload. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. This should do it, because that's the sticky note. There's her password.
Shit. Oh, well.
Okay, Hacker Dave. Okay, good. We don't have to go too far back. Let's see if this works. Use computer. E. Summers. Angel Love. Thank you for 20K. Thank you. And the boys are home. So I might have to hop off for a bit to put them to bed, and then I might come back, guys. I'm enjoying this game. I really want to see where it goes. Woot woot.
Mom?
Yeah? What?
I was playing at their house, and then on the concrete, there's some new concrete there, and then boom. I slid down the concrete and...
Oh no.
But good thing I got it with one. You actually streaming?
I am streaming.
You want to tell me that?
Yeah, he scraped up his knee and leg a lot.
Can I show them?
Can I open this? Can I put it on the floppy disk?
Hey, we gotta read books and let's read like two short.
I can just... Hi.
Can I like print it off?
Look at my leg.
Hello. This is Oliver. He's 6. Oh no, you gotta be careful, little man. The other day, what's her name now? Little Misfortune. Okay, sit down. Sit down. Ouch. Ash says, hey, Oliver.
Bribery_girl says hello to Quartz and the Gems.
You want to show them your leg? Hey, Brianna. Hey, Spin.
Hey, come on.
It won't reach. Okay, ready.
That's just...
Let's go, come on.
What if I did this and...
Oliver.
Color printer.
Daddy's telling you. You really want to show them your leg? Look, that's what it is. It's some blood. It's not good. Be careful next time, please. Anyway, now that you guys know that. Is there anything else? Is there anything else I need to do? Welcome back, Brianna. I know you were here before.
Color printer.
Is there anything else you think?
Bribery_girl would like a sticker.
Yeah, it might take a bit to heal. Boys be boys.
Forever.
Yikes forever.
In Minecraft, I just played it, and it's just this boring stuff that
Brianna gets a sticker.
Looks like concrete, but it's actually concrete that can come in different colors. Can I hear them?
No, because Daddy is asking you to go to bed.
So that, but I'm gonna be going to bed really right now because I got to play at somebody's house, and there's all my cousins there. And
Hey, I'm Kathy.
I
Eileen said to call you about
got
some
to
software.
play.
Ellie who?
Eileen. Red hair,
Um,
glasses, speaks so fast her gums ache. You must.
Okay, we did this already. Stop touching the microphone. They can hear it when you touch it.
Wow.
I did that, and that I got to play kickball, and I got to play baseball and stuff. So yeah.
It said you were bullying with the word sissy.
Okay, Oliver, come on.
Ash says that sounds fun. Good night. Yeah, pretty soon, guys, I'm gonna help put them to bed. Do you think I should put it on be right back, or should I just close the stream and start again? I know, right? Automod chill. Network settings, computer doesn't show it. Well, here's the floppy. Maybe if I put the floppy in, it'll do something else. Open it.
There was a floppy disk.
Put it in the computer. I won't corrupt the thing yet. Words! Yeah, sissy. Like sister. But they're like, you're bullying.
No use doing that before.
Corrupt hard drive. 20k likes, so maybe just pause it. True. But then if I... $20k legs is pretty funny. But then, if I redo it, it might push me on the FYP again. If I, like, start over. That's the only reason I might.
It's some advanced.
I have no clue, guys. So everyone can watch me fail words miserably? Maybe? Scanner, empty.
Hey, listen!
Where's this? Midnight! Hola! ¿Cómo estás? Thank you for that game controller. Thank you. Welcome in. Good to see you, friend. Guys, if you like scary games and you're up late like I am, you should follow Midnight. Muy bien. Yeah, I'm doing really well. Sorry, I just had like a momentary restart of my brain. But yeah, I'm doing well. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Not always up super late every night, but sometimes. Yeah, Midnight plays some really good games. I was saying I can watch scary games, but I can't play scary games. I'm watching the vid again. I think I missed something. Thank you, Ella. I appreciate your help. De nada. How are you? Are you streaming tonight? Hey, there you go, Ash. I'm wondering if I have to do something like this. Midnight, we're playing a mystery game, like a detective game, and I'm kind of stuck. We have to analyze this picture, but I don't know how. Throw it away. Just throw it away. Well, maybe... I think so, but I'm lazy. No. Doubt it. By the way, I like using my Spanish on you, Midnight. I took a lot of Spanish in high school and middle school, and I like that I get to use it in your stream. So I'm not like fluent, but I enjoy it. Yeah, Ash also has a gaming channel. Just call her DQ, Detective Quartz. I didn't stomp you last time, Batty Brat. Okay, we corrupted it. Now what?
All right,
See
time
me
for
too.
some expert help.
A mí bien. A mí bien? A mí... No, forget it. I can also type Spanish better than I can speak Spanish, not gonna lie. Yes, Detective Quartz. A mí también. A mí también. That's what I was thinking of. Can I call Clyde now?
Nah.
Use phone? Should we call Hacker Dave again? Hacker Dave.
Yeah.
Hey, it's me again, Kathy. I'm
Nah,
not sure what to
it's
do.
the same thing.
Can't talk.
Middle of the game, bye. Then, what do we do?
Oh, you must like me.
Thank you for the likes. Thank you, guys. Now it's just this. I don't know, no sé. I put it back in. Midnight, if you do stream tonight, what are you gonna play? Yeah, no sé. Did I already clear it with the floppy? I corrupted it with the floppy.
No use doing that before Clyde is logged in.
I corrupted it. And then it exit and shut down. Maybe I leave it like that? Golly. I have to Google it. No sé nada. Okay. Un momento, por favor. Okay, day 2. Use floppy disk. Wait, huh? Pick up envelope, open it, read instructions on floppy disk. Call Clyde from IT. There's instructions on the floppy disk? Don't have his number, yeah.
Streamer, look at chat. Look at chat, streamer.
It's labeled boot. Read instructions on boot disk.
One, boot your computer using the blue floppy. 2, use the corrupt MBR utility to crash the file system of the computer. Take the floppy out and reboot. 3, call Clyde at
There's his number. Oh my gosh.
Tell him your computer crashed and give him the error code on the screen. He'll come over and have a look. It shouldn't take too long for him to fix. 4, now comes the crucial part. You need to somehow make him log on with his admin account.
I know.
5, reboot and retrieve the admin credentials using the blue floppy. 6, reboot and log on using Clyde's admin account.
I can't
7,
either.
Look for some kind of tool to remotely open my Ethernet port.
Rude.
Dorm B, room 8. That's it. And remember, if you mess up somewhere, just call Clyde, and he'll have to take care of it.
What do you mean
It's
this
his
is why
job
you
after all.
read? It's a floppy disk. They don't usually have instructions on the floppy disk. Why wouldn't it come in a letter in the envelope? Hello? I bet that triggered it. Wait, no, I have to call him now? Wait, I have to call him now. Now I have his number. Okay. Golly! IT department. I know! I know floppy disks have a few lines.
This is Clyde speaking. How can I help you?
But there's no way you could write that many, or that many words on that few lines on a floppy disk. If you know, you know. They wouldn't give you a letter without instructions? Ella, then why didn't you think of it?
It's time for devotion.
Told you what to do and you ignore them?
And these PJs.
She said take the floppy out and reboot.
These.
Was there more before that?
Oh. These pajamas fit me now.
Nice. Are we ready for devotion? Yeah, not as much as that was.
Yeah.
We're ready for devotion? Okay, say goodnight.
Good night, James.
Grab the microphone. They can hear when you grab
Batty
it.
Brat 0823 would like a sticker.
Oh wait, did I get somebody else's sticker? Did we do theirs? Brianna, did I get you a sticker yet? I'm so sorry. Guys, I'm so sorry. My brain is everywhere. Brianna, I don't think I did your sticker. I'm so sorry. See, Ella said Google ability network settings. And then she said watching the video again. And then she said take the floppy out and reboot. But that wasn't it.
Reboot.
So I did read. I did. Oh, thanks, Midnight.
You can see it.
If you subscribe, you get a sticker every day. These are my
And
kids.
you can see my head
I
popping.
have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. This one's an artist, apparently. Batty Brat said goodnight.
And I'm more of a climbing brother.
What?
Yeah, I'm a climbing brother. No, he's an artist. I'm a climber.
Score H would like a sticker.
Okay. Here's over. Stop. Paga la boca. Okay. So we're going to go to a be right back thing. I think I will end. No.
Mommy.
Shoot. Yeah, I'll just be right back. I'll put the be right back screen up. If you go over to the purple app, my name is Livingstone's Gaming over there. I'll change it back to QuartzStream as soon as I can. In 10 days, guys, 10 days. We'll place a game of words on stream. Ella's officially here now. Ella's officially here now. All right. I'm wrapping it up. Okay, boys, go.
Come on, boy.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna put them to bed, and then I'll come back. Okay?
Not me.
Fine, not you.
Not me.
Okay, I'll be right back. I promise. See you soon. Okay, that was TikTok, and now for this one. Be right back. How was it not engine and engines? That was totally it. Yeah, the game gave up on us, I think. Good job, guys. To be honest, we don't win that very often. So whatever. We just do our best. We're just doing our best out here. My live got restricted again. So I did end TikTok. I am gonna bring it back again unless you guys don't think it's worth it. Yeah, I think it's worth it. But that was weird. It said again, unoriginal content. That doesn't make sense. And I don't know if I can appeal it now. But whatever. I'm just gonna do it again. Twitch is better anyway. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, it does pass the time. Another fun thing to do, but you have to pay for it, is called Boom Bears. I saw someone else doing it, and it looks so fun, but I have to pay for it. But that would be fun. Basically, you join with a command, and then you're turned into a tiny little teddy bear. And then all of the little teddy bears fight each other. And you see who wins. So, it's funny. Okay. Are we invested in this, guys? Are we enjoying this game so far? I mean, yeah, we're stumped a few times, but at the same time, it's not too bad. Jackbox, yeah. That could be. Yeah, I know some people have done that with subs. Golly, we bought Jackbox games like years ago, and I have no clue like what my account is. I have no clue where they are. I think I made an account years ago, forgot all about it, and now I have no clue how to get it back. But like we bought them and now I have to buy them again. You're bored with it? That's fair. I'm glad you're here anyway. Is everybody bored with it? Because that would change my trajectory. I thought I bought them on Steam. But I think I had a different account then, because that was before I started getting into PC games. Or we used my husband's account, and he really never uses Steam. So I'm gonna move my chat box over here so I'm not staring over there. I can kind of look at you guys a little better. But yeah, if no one's like, if we're bored with this game, we can totally move on. Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying it too. So I'm waiting for a consensus. But I think it's just us three. Ella, Batty, Tater. It says Awkward Monsters is here. Aki, if you're here, shout out. But if she's here, she's lurking. So Ella, do you want to be the tiebreaker? What do you think of the game? Should we keep going or should we move on? If we move on, I don't know what I'd play though. I might try Sunhaven. Might try Sunhaven. Then you can still get them if you can ask Steam about it. Yeah. The only thing is I don't know my account info, so I can't even like ask for it back. Unless I figure out my account first. I'm good with sticking with it. I'm curious to what you guys think. I really want to know. Tater's enjoying it. Batty's a little bored. Ella, like, how do you feel? Be honest. Do you want to continue with the game or do you want to move on? I really want you guys to tell me how you feel. Yeah, I bought it. I bought it. I forgot to add that to the list, honestly. We could also start that. Is that a long story game? Yeah, it was less than $2. Of course I did. What? What do you mean, BRB? I'm waiting for you to tell me if you like the game or not. Grr. Stupid ants. At least they're not fire ants. In Arizona, there was fire ants, no regular ants. I vote that, and you'll be hooked and want to play. But do I need a controller? Should I use a controller for it? I don't think I have it downloaded, installed. By the way, there's ads in 1 minute. But you're all subs. Well, I will continue this at least for a little while. I do want to keep going with it a bit now that, especially because we figured out this next part. So why don't we keep going with it for a little bit? And then maybe we'll switch after day 2 of the game. If we're still not feeling it, you know? I only played on Xbox controller. It was easy to play. Yeah, I probably should. Probably would need a controller. All right, I'm gonna go back. Yeah, I'm gonna go back on TikTok again. Tater. Or is it not gonna let me because I was restricted? Oh no. Select a topic. Gaming. I don't think they have Kathy Rain. What if I could do other games. What if I do Nancy Drew? We'll do that. Because then it'll bring in people that like that sort of stuff. Okay, we're back on TikTok. Sounds good. Let me bring this down here. Move it over here. Boom. Put this over here. This. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, no! I need to bring up the game. Wait, oh, stickers! We didn't do stickers. I am so sorry. Brianna's not even here. Guys, in the future, if you can help me remember that I owe Brianna a sticker. I feel so bad. If I ever forget a sticker, please remind me, guys. Who redeemed a sticker? Ella, are you still here? Batty Brat did. Batty Brat, your choices are crystals with like a snow globe or Baby Yoda. It says adopt this baby, but it's baby's crossed out and they put Jedi. There's your sticker choices. They're so cute. I want the Baby Yoda one. Frozen for a second. I was like, why aren't you blinking? Did you hear me though? Hi TikTok. We're on live on Purple too. I'm not talking to myself, I swear. Repoll? Sure. Sure. Do you want full send with a paper airplane or this guy? Hey Astro, how's it going? This guy with the peace sign. Just DoorDash McDonald's because of you. All I can say is just, you're welcome. Oh, Brianna, if you're still here, we can do your sticker poll. I'm sorry I forgot. Full send it there, bud. Full send. All right, Batty. 38. On the back. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to unmute on TikTok. Hi, Brianna. Thank you for telling me. Brianna, I'm so sorry. I forgot about your sticker. I totally forgot, but we can do that right now. Coming up on 6 hour. Okay, Queen Pop Off. Yeah. 6 hours is about the most I've ever streamed. Yes, Brianna. And if I ever forget, please remind me. My memory's awful. Would you like What Happens in VR Stays in VR? Or R.I.P. Harambe, or Harambe, 1999 to 2016? Thanks for the party. Don't tailgate me, I have anxiety, exactly. Brianna, which one would you like? Or you can do a re-poll. The VR one. Harambe is such a cute gorilla. I love the videos of her with, oh, what's his face? Robert Williams. 44.
Hey, listen!
Thanks for the 5-year awesomes. You're awesome, Brianna. Do you have VR, Brianna? I just saw Nikita. You might just be stopping through. I'm sorry, but I have to show you this sticker. I have to call you out so you can see it. Look what sticker Brianna just got. What happens in VR stays in VR. Diabetically sweet. Thank you so much for the heart, me. How are you today? Lobe that needed. That's a good one. You haven't gotten a sticker in a while, Nikita. Ella, are you back for your sticker? Jacob needs the VR one with some of his VR games. Oh, I'm glad SiriBot worked. You're very welcome. Sorry I wasn't in your stream. I saw you hop on. I didn't really plan to stream this long, but it just kind of worked out. And I was like, might as well. Good, I'm glad you're doing well. Any weekend plans? You don't want to take my stickers? They're for you guys.
Hey,
the stickers are for you. And if you don't continue your sticker page that you already have, then you're not going to get it in the mail, and these stickers are going to stay here forever in my book. I just hurt my elbow. Thank you for the heart me and go popular, Brianna. Mizelle, as my mom says. Mizelle? What?
Hey, listen!
Oh, Ms. L? I did a full 3-hour stream, but you were popping over here running with the vibes. Oh, thank you. I feel ya. Thanks for the 4 Go Populars, Bree. Yeah, thank you for saying vibes here are always immaculate. That's a huge compliment. I always love the vibe in your streams as well, by the way. Even if it's just me and you, I just love it. Okay. Ella, when you come back, remind me to do your sticker, okay? Because I will forget. Anyway, Nikita, sorry to call you out. I just had to show you that sticker. It was too good. Oh, shoot. I put the chat on the wrong side. Dang Flabbit Jackson. Move this over here, please. Thank you. Myzil might as well all mush together. Might as well. Might as well. Not the sus. I was acknowledged, sus. I know sometimes you like to secretly pop in and out, so I try not to call anybody out.
Hey, listen!
Write a note on the whiteboard? Actually, that's not a bad idea. Oh, thank you, Brianna, for 3 roses. Oh my goodness, thank you. By the way, I love that you were here and you came back. You just popped right back in. Love it. I know. Oh, now Ella's back. Ella, do you want your sticker now? And there they are. Sticker,
hey,
Ella?
Listen!
It reminds me of, what's it called? Ella Enchanted, where he's like, the squirrel's like, Erper? It's good. Okay. You can call me out anytime, I don't mind, but I don't always stay. But I thought you said before, you were like, because we had like a mod entrance and it automatically would go off every time you came in and you're like, I don't really like that. Anyway. Ella, do you want like a rainbow Crystal Cluster, or Wall Street Bets. America, there's a kid with sunglasses. Hang on, let me put it on full view for you. You just didn't want a mod entrance. Okay, that's fair. Ugh. Of course, you get the American one, being in England. You can also do another poll. Only you can do it? Wow. I'm so special. Ooh, thanks, Nikita. America. Wall Street. I don't have any British stickers. I should get some, though. I do like British stuff. Another poll, make them funny with a finger point? Dang. Pressure's on. Okay, there's one that's funny and there's one that's cute. There's a corgi butt with the heart. That's a classic. And then there's the central element of my personality, and it's the elements that spell out sarcasm, which I think is you, Ella. Central elements of my personality. There it is. That was a good accent coming from someone not from England. What do you mean both? You gotta pick one. There was a stream I used to visit but stopped because it would call me out with TTS. Yeah. Yeah. I even just turned my follower alert to anonymous just because some people just really don't like being called out. And I figure like they'll chat if they want to be talked to. You'll give me a poop story for both stickers? Alright, go ahead. Give us a poop story, Yellow. Holly will be so mad she missed it. So mad. Okay, so once I pooped. Nope. And then wiped. No. Mm-mm. Not good enough. Not good enough. And then flushed the toilet. Nope. And put on soap. I'm glad. But no. That's not a good story. You gotta pick one, or I'll pick for you. And I will pick the sarcasm, because it's you. And then washed my hands and then came right back to your stream. Well, I'm glad that you washed your hands. That's a very good thing to do. But that's not a good poop story. Doesn't earn you a second sticker. No, it's not a good one. It has to be a good one. For my stream, I def call out followers, but I think people like it more than not. True. But I don't bring them up again if they don't say anything. Right. Yep. I know, and it's like hit or miss. Some people are like, Tater. Some people are like, call me out. I want you to call me out. And other people are like, don't even acknowledge that I'm here. I want to silently follow you and never acknowledge that I followed you. Also, Brianna, I don't think said thank you for the heart puff. Thank you for the heart puff. This is Britist. You have favoritism? What? That's the sticker I should give you. That's one I should keep for Holly too. I kept a sticker aside for Holly that said, I pooped today. You haven't eaten today? Go eat, baddie. Alright, Ella, I'm picking the sticker for you. You have about 20 seconds to choose Corgi, otherwise I'm putting sarcasm in. Where are you? Page 4. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sarcasm it is. Here's your page. We love it. Look at the hamster. Do you see the hamster? I forgot about that one. It's going peace. So funny.
Can I tell more Minecraft thing?
Alright, Oliver would like to tell you a Minecraft thing before he goes to bed.
Did you know there's these things if you have dispensers and you have one fence and then you have a pressure plate and you put armor inside there and you step on the pressure plate, you'll get armor. And then if you get a whole camera, you can click it on the ground and then it will do a lot of damage to the bad guys. And
Tater says, "Yay, Minecraft tips with Oliver." They're not saying anything out loud, they're just typing it.
So yeah, and
Ella said, "Whoa, I'll make sure to take notes."
so Minecraft, there's
Daddy says, "Aw, thanks for the Minecraft knowledge, little man, but you need to get your rest." She's right.
but so
Last thing.
if you defeat a skeleton and you get enough bones, and then you click right on a dog, there's a red collar that means it likes you. And I had an army of them, and then one wolf was just staring at the sheep in my pen, and I just
Listen!
And I couldn't
Thank you for the
tame
roses,
it,
Bree.
so I just hit it, and then my army of dogs attacked it. So yeah. I just built a water stuff at my house.
Love you, good night.
Night, Gems.
Love you, good night. He said good night, Jams. Yeah, he's tired. It's 40 minutes
You're so
past his
awesome.
normal
You're
bedtime,
so
but they
cute.
got home late,
You
so
make
he
my
got to stay
heart
up a little
go
late.
woot woot.
Thank you, Tater. Okay. That was the Minecraft segment with Ollie. We love it. Let's go back to our game, shall we? Do-do-do-do-do. Nikita, if you're still here, I don't understand Portal.
Astro Girl Gaming is here lurking.
Anyway, Courtney is British. Enjoy the lurk, Astro. I don't get Portal. I don't get it. I got stuck and I gave up. And I didn't pick it up again. I don't get it. I got stuck. I couldn't figure it out. I got stuck. Yeah, I give up. I give up. Not acceptable? Why isn't it acceptable? I'm wrong? Do it again? I don't wanna. You're good, Batty. Just go eat. You're just hangry. Ella, hashtag Courtney is British. In an airplane banner? Are you serious? I know you love that game. Maybe I'll play it again on stream, but then you'll have to tell me how to get past that part, because I cannot figure it out. Ooh, play Portal 2 together. I don't know if I have it, but I'll check. Then I'll help you. With Portal 2 or the first one? 100% serious? Ella. Fella. Okay, broken
Hi,
computer.
I need you to come and fix my roommate's computer.
What seems to be the problem?
It won't start up. There's some kind of system failure with an error code on the screen.
Probably a hard drive failure. Which room are you in?
Dorm A, room 5?
I'll be there in a few minutes.
Thanks.
Okay, Clyde. Is he our new boyfriend? Maybe.
Hey, Clyde from IT.
Feeling like a
Hi,
couch
come in.
potato. Portal 2. Gotcha. Are you feeling any better, Nikita? Nikki getting better.
My, oh my, now how did this happen?
It's Superman in
No idea.
disguise.
It was like this when I started it up this morning.
It's
let's
Clark
have a look.
Kent. Clark Kent has come to fix our computer.
And presto,
Starting mac
good
and
as
cheese
new.
on the stove. I'm just lazy.
That's
fair.
perfect. Could you try logging on real quick just to make sure it works?
You go ahead, I'll wait.
Ow. I'm glad they don't make us put it in again.
Works like a charm. Mission accomplished.
Yeah. Thanks, I guess.
No problem. Let me know if you have any more trouble.
I'll be sure to do that.
Did that not do what we
Shit.
wanted?
I have to come up with a way to force him to log on.
Yeah, but life keeps kicking me while I'm down. My brother's in the hospital, medically induced coma. Oh my gosh, Nikita. I am so sorry to hear that. Like, do you know why? Like, what was the cause? Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. Biased because I'm with two nerdy men. Let's date the nerd. They're more fun anyway. I know, I'm married a nerd too. Lots of love to Nikita, guys. Too emotional stream today. That's okay. You don't give sad girl vibes. Tater's sending you hugs. Ella said, so sorry, Nikita. Hope he's okay and gets well soon. Welcome in, Spicy Hen. How are you? I'm so sorry. Lots of love and gems and hugs in chat.
Hi, friends.
Hi, Curtis. How are you today? Thanks for the heart me and the go popular.
Hey, listen.
Good. Spicy, were you here earlier and you came back? Yeah, lots of hugs to Nikita. You're gonna give me a hint? Well, on the phone it said bring up their fight, so I'm gonna try that. Password? What do you mean password? You're a gem. He went in with a high heart rate, but he eventually became unresponsive.
How can I help you?
Only responding to pain stimulants and thrashing from it, so they put him in a coma. Hope they figure it out and he's okay. Me too. Oh my goodness, that sounds really serious. How old is he? He can't be that old. Lots of hearts from Tater. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Nikita. I'm so sorry.
So, I hear you and Dave had some kind of fight?
He's 26.
That's really none of your business.
Never mind.
Suit yourself.
Oh my gosh. Praying for you, sending you lots of vibes, good vibes, and hope it goes well. Yeah, this isn't really comparison or anything, but like I also have my grandpa still in the hospital, but he's like in his 80s, and like it's pretty much his time soon. So it's not as surprising as a 26-year-old. Oh my gosh. Patty says, much love, Nikita, so sorry. Spicy Hen threw a watermelon at me. He has the same genetic condition my mom had, and she unalived at 40 from it. Oh my goodness. That's so sad.
No use doing that before Clyde is logged in.
I'm so sorry. You're giving me a hint. Password. Password.
Hey,
Angel love.
listen.
After he fixed the computer, think about password. Okay. Bree, thank you for the 3 lightning bolts. You're awesome, the heart puff. Thank you. It's rough no matter who. I feel for you and your grandpa. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm also kind of in a limbo of like, I am not really sad because he's still around, but I'm kind of preparing to be sad. Let's read the instructions again.
Boot your computer using the blue floppy. 2. Use the corrupt MBR utility to crash the file system of the computer. 3. Call Clyde at 555-8181. Tell him your computer crashed and give him the error. 4. Now comes the crucial part. You need to somehow make him log on with his admin account.
Welcome back, Ash.
5. Reboot and retrieve the admin credentials using the blue floppy. 6. Reboot and log on using Clyde's admin account. 7. Look for some kind of tool to remotely open my Ethernet.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot.
Dorm B, room 8. That's it. And remember, if you mess up somewhere, just call Clyde, and he'll have to take care of it. It's his job after all.
Hey, listen!
Brianna, thank you for the 9 roses. Thank you so much. I always tell myself not to be sad till I have to be, but I def have PTSD from my mom. Yeah. I'm so sorry, hon. That's really hard. Yeah, like I said, praying for you. Hope everything goes well. I lost a cousin at 30 from a massive heart attack. It gave me so much anxiety since I have turned 30. I bet. I think you have to go back a little, do it again. Tell me if you want the full way. Okay. Barry? Sorry for your loss, Barry. Oh, Ella, that's the worst time to misspell. Okay.
No use doing that.
Okay. Now reboot.
And presto, good as new.
That's perfect.
Oh, it skipped ahead for me?
Could you try logging on real quick just to make sure it works?
You go ahead, I'll wait.
4 failed login attempts. What if I just do it wrong every time? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, now look what I did.
For crying out loud. Let me try to log in with my account.
Hey, there we go. Good job. Thanks for the hint, Ella.
Okay, everything seems to be in order. I've unlocked your account. Please, try not to break anything else.
Oh, I'll try.
Huh? There we go.
Phase 1 complete.
Phase 1 complete. Ashley Simpson. Okay, now what do? Boot it up with this again. And then retrieve the things. It's okay, just am reminded how fragile life is. Got my kids, don't want so little time with them. Yeah, absolutely. I know, life is very fragile. So you gotta make the best of it that you can. Success. Password gadget. Go gadget. Okay, now go back on. What did it say? User? Did I? Oh shoot, what was the... I got the password, but I didn't get the username. Oh my gosh. Welcome in, Fusion. Hang on, let's try... Golly. I didn't think I would need to remember it. I thought it would remember it for me, like a lot of games do. Like I did the work, remember it for me. Okay. Ad warning, 2 minutes.
Oh, you must
2 minute
like
ad
me.
warning. On purple. Thank you for the likes. User is admin. Okay. Password is gadget. Admin gadget. Admin gadget. Admin gadget. Admin gadget. Admin gadget. Admin gadget. Hello? Thank you. Admin gadget. What? Gadget. Hey, welcome, Clyde. How's your day today, Fusion? Huh?
No need to change the status of that port.
Ugh. Read it again.
1. Boot 2. U3. 4. Now comes the crucial part. 5. Reboot and reach 6. Reboot and 7. Look for some kind of tool to remotely open my Ethernet port.
Dorm B, room 8.
That's it. And remember, if you mess...
Dorm B, room 8. Dorm B, room 8. Dorm B, room 8. At least it remembered it for that time for me.
Alright, that should do it.
Okay. Boop. Now what? Still want that picture. Now call hacker. Hacker Dave. Thanks for all the taps, guys. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Guess what?
You got it? Hang on. Oh man, I could kiss you! Figuratively, that is. I'm so gonna get back at Clyde now. What are those admin credentials, by the way?
Not telling, buddy. Saving those for a rainy day.
I suppose this nice floppy I've prepared for you stays in my room then.
Sure, then I'll just have to log back on and click that pretty little lock icon again.
Now this is just emotional blackmail.
Threat.
Quid pro quo, Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
I'll have it dropped off at your room. God damn, you're like a she-Clyde. A Clydette.
A Clydette is
that is
wild.
the worst insult I've ever heard. Later, Dave.
Do you remember the movie Hackers from the 90s? Not off the top of my head. Maybe if I saw a picture of it or something, like a poster or something. That was funny. Another mysterious envelope. Why does their dorm room have
I don't need them anymore.
Why does the door have an envelope slot?
There was a floppy disk inside.
Oh, you must like me.
Oh, no instructions on this one, huh? Golly. Thank you for the taps. Thank you. Now what? Tools. VoiceForge image analyzer software installed. Image analyzer. VoiceForge is crazy. Image analyzer. Brightness filtering.
Hey, listen.
Interesting. This is a cool little mini game. Oh, thank you, Ash, for the heart me. Okay. Ooh, this is cool.
What the hell is that? Ball lightning?
Ball
I'll
lightning?
print the whole picture for now, but there's probably more to find.
Matthew Lillard. Oh, I love him.
I already have a copy.
Thank you, Ash. I appreciate it. Okay. Now what? Hi, Spicy. Now can we leave?
Nah, I have nowhere.
Bah! What's the VoiceForge? I guess we can try it out. I'm gonna keep being Clyde. Drag and drop audio files to analyze. You think we could put the cassette in? I wonder. Let's try it.
That combination makes no...
What do you mean?
This picture is in good shape.
Oh, take printout? I thought you already
I'll just
did that.
get rid of the original picture now, since I have the restored version anyway.
Good call.
Strange. Now that I look at them, the lights remind me of something I picked up yesterday.
Picked up yesterday? This.
I have no idea why. Maybe because it looks like... Not that I... It's the brochure that priest gave. There's also... a printed picture. Now that... Ugh, I feel... Wow, the church logo looks pretty similar to the smoky lights. I might have to visit them after all.
Okay, and we have their address. Finally, oh my gosh, get me out of here.
Nah, I have nowhere else to go right now.
Okay.
The church logo?
Streamer.
How's the address?
Oh,
Look at chat,
you must
streamer.
like me.
Mm-hmm. I found the things in the picture, yeah.
The church logo does look very similar to the smoky lights. Good thing I have the address right here.
Mm-hmm. So let's go.
Nah.
Why can't we go?
A printed picture. Ugh, I feel...
What else, Ella? What else?
Batty Brat 0823 is here lurking.
Enjoy the lurk, Batty. Food time! Yes, go eat.
Yeah, I definitely have to look up the church.
Look up the church? Oh, okay. Is there an internet network settings? Golly. The only thing I can think of is to use the phone. But I don't know who I'd call. I have no idea. The music's good.
There must be some connection between the church and the smoky lights. The church logo does look very similar to the smoky lights. Good thing I have the address right here. I'll write down clues and... The similarity between the church logo and the lights can't be a coincidence.
Okay.
A printed picture of the strange smoky lights. It appears to have been taken somewhere.
I know,
in
confused
Conwell Woods.
again. On the vid, Mildred comes back. That's Eileen. Eileen.
Ugh, I feel strange just looking at them. Eileen's girly suit. Mildred.
Mildred. Maybe I have to remove the floppy disk. And like log in again? E. Summers. Angel Love. Church picture red flower.
Streamer, look at chat.
I know, I'm
Look at chat,
looking.
Streamer.
Church picture red flower. Church picture. Red flower.
A printed pic.
Church
The
picture.
church logo does look very... There
Red
must be
flower?
some connection between the church and the smoky lights.
Red flower.
grandpa in uniform.
What red flower?
Ugh, I feel strange.
Take a picture of the red flower? No. Nope. What red flower? I've been in here the whole time. Pack of cigarettes are red. Photo of soldiers. There's a red flower in this picture. On the picture on the computer. No. Let's try this again. Yeah, that's one thing about this game. It's not very good at, like, leading you through it. This?
Unusual flower over there, though. Never seen anything like it.
Wow.
Maybe worth printing?
Are you serious? How would I have gotten that? That's a bummer. I never would have gotten that. Okay. Thank you, Ella.
Bruh.
Again, right? There she is.
Oh, hello there, Mildred.
Hi yourself, Agatha.
Oh,
What?
snap.
How'd you... Oh, never mind.
I know your social security number too.
Oh, God. Soon you'll start stealing my clothes and then walk around in them pretending to be me.
Who says I haven't done that already?
Oh, snap. What?
Hey,
Okay, I
listen.
admit that's pretty funny.
Fusion, thanks for the heart
So
puff.
anyway, how did things go with Dave?
What was your
Pretty
favorite
good.
color,
I
my
had to
friend? Was it black?
sabotage your computer.
You had to what?
Oh, chill outy. It was just a tiny little thing.
Chill
I just
outy.
needed an excuse for the IT guy to come by so I could steal his password.
Purple.
Clyde?
You think I'd remember?
He's so nice. Why'd you want to steal his password?
It's a long story.
Wow.
Thank you,
They're
friend.
hypnotic. Looks like a will-o'-the-wisp.
Hope you're doing well.
You know, the spirit of the forest.
Now, that's just silly, Eileen. There has to be a more reasonable explanation for them.
Hey, there's nothing silly about forest spirits. You should talk to Meadow, my Wiccan friend. She's really opened my eyes about these sort of things.
Isn't that the same Meadow who had an intimate relationship with a tree outside her dorm?
Oh, come on. That was just a phase.
Trust me, I've been through every phase in the book. That definitely isn't one of them.
So, anyway, is there anything I can do to
Not
help?
like the
My
pine
side of the room
cones.
is starting to get a bit messy. There's always that.
I meant with
the
the
pine
investigation,
cones.
silly.
I guess you could try to find out more about these lights. Maybe
With
figure
the
out where that
tree?
picture was taken.
Sounds good. I know exactly where to start.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and yeah, feel free to keep using my computer. I don't need it right now.
All right, I think I'm gonna see if I can figure out a way to motivate Erica Wade to talk to me.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie. Find a way to motivate Erica.
It's a bright red. Could be a
talk to me.
long shot.
Can I leave?
Nah.
Gah! Probably have to call her. Phone call her. Okie dokie smoky.
You've reached Erica Wade. Leave a message after.
Oh. I have your children.
Sure, I could just leave a message for that Harvey, but I doubt anything I will say will change her mind about helping me. I think I need a more.
I'm
indirect
holding all
approach.
of your loved ones
Maybe there's a way
hostage.
to get creative with that answering machine tape.
What is this? Also, what is this? Also, hi. Hi, Amanda. This is called Kathy Rain. It's a detective game, like a Nancy Drew, kinda. Did she say anything important just then? I missed it.
Nah.
Hmm.
A printed picture of the string. That combination makes.
Shush.
I don't see how those things...
Shush. I missed too.
Hey, E, got a sec?
Sure thing, Kathy. What's up?
What's your opinion on the Church of the Holy Trinity?
They seem like an okay bunch to me. Just your regular old Christians. My kind of crowd.
That's just it. They seem a bit too normal.
This game makes
and there's that logo
Christians
too.
seem a little odd.
It could just be a coincidence, Kathy. The Holy Trinity is typically portrayed as a triangle.
I don't believe in coincidences, E. I believe in action and reaction.
Okay.
Gee, you sound like a starship
Amanda,
captain.
how are you doing today?
Captain Rain of the USS Dignity, here to save the galaxy.
Whole box of mac and cheese
please kill me
demolished.
now.
Nice. Nice. Show her the picture maybe?
What do you think about this flower?
It's beautiful. What kind of flower is it?
No idea. That's what I'm trying to find out.
I got a botany book around here somewhere. I could look it up later.
Sure, that would be Grady, thanks.
It'd be
Anytime.
Grady.
No point.
No point.
I don't need to show.
Okay, fine.
Have a look at this brochure, E.
Yeah, what about it?
Doesn't that logo look a lot like the three lights in the forest?
Looks confusing.
Wow, yeah, you're right.
Addicted to paleo? Let's go.
That's the plan.
Yum,
Gonna do
mac
that
and
tomorrow.
cheese. I was starving, didn't realize until after studying. Yeah, for real.
I should get back to the investigation.
Okie dokie.
Voice Forge. Hang on, I have an idea. I have an idea.
That action doesn't seem productive to me.
Shh. What if... Record button.
Nah, no need.
Dang. What if we do this and record her voice?
You've reached Erica Wick.
It won't let me.
Sure, I could just leave a message for that heart. I think I need...
What if I'd use the Voice Forge to leave a message? Okay, hang on. Audio files to analyze. Audio files.
Nah, no need to record anything right now. That combination makes no sense.
Yeah, this is still day 2. Did that work?
You've reached Erica Wade. Leave a message after the beep.
Was a good idea.
Sure, I
Thank
could
you.
just leave a message for that harpy, but I doubt anything I will say will change her mind about helping me. I think
Maybe
I need a more
Eileen?
indirect approach. Maybe there's a way to get creative with that answering machine tape.
Oh, the answering machine tape.
That combination...
Oofta, indeed.
You've reached Erica Wade.
Sure, I could think...
Note to self. Remember, the perfect bouquet can... You've reached the Rain residence. Leave a message after the beep.
Hello, Joseph.
Nah, no...
Can I put the cassette in the computer now?
That combination makes no sense.
What do you mean? Okay, so we need this.
That combination.
It's me, Charles.
I'm getting closer.
I thought I'd give you a call. Erica just had her firstborn. It's a boy.
You people make me sick. We're never coming back.
It happened to me too. And I'm...
If you ever try to contact us, I will call the police.
Joseph, you there? It's me, Cocky.
Ella's bursting at the seams, I bet.
It happened to me too. And I'm not going to tell any of those...
Can I just put this on the computer?
The tapes can be put directly in the scanner.
In the scanner? What do you mean in the scanner? That's so dumb. Why would you put it in a scanner? Golly. This guy sucks. No sense. No sense on the scanner. Oh my gosh. Scanner. That makes no sense, but thank you, Ella. Golly.
Okay, Erica Wade. Let's see if we can't
This is
motivate
cool, though.
you to hear me out.
That's how I was with God of War, so I get it. Okay.
You've reached the Rain residence.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
We're gonna have to wait for it to analyze everything. Okay. It's not that one. Huh? Internal error?
What the hell? Calm down, Kathy. Think. Just think. It has to be some sick joke left in the program by Dave. Yeah, that must be it. He is one twisted fuck.
That's scary. Back call coming, contact, don't ever, if make me never, police. Call, make me never, police, pick people sick. Oh. Wait, what?
Joseph, you there? It's me, Cocky. It happened to me too. And I'm not going to tell any of those bastards. They got it all wrong. You're the only one I trust now.
Oh, make a custom voice message out of these words. Okay. Bastards.
I don't think I need to manipulate this particular voice recording.
Wouldn't it be Joseph?
You people make me sick. We're never...
Hello, Joseph, Mrs. Rain. It's me, Charles.
Oh, this
I thought I'd give you a call.
Okay. Hello. Joseph, Mrs. Rain. It's me, Charles. What do I say now? Anyways, baby best boy, bye. Right? Creepy. Listen to Kathy. The end? I think remove Joseph. Hello, Mrs. Rain. It's me, Charles. Thankfully, the thinking thought to visit. Just listen to Kathy. Like, please. Just listen to Kathy. Your baby boy, Charles. Is there a please? I don't see please. Can you guys see my cursor on TikTok? Or is there a tell? No. Her baby boy, all father. She will see soon. Thankfully. The thinking thought. What if it was like Kathy wants to visit, listen to her?
I doubt Grandma needs to hear any of this. She'll do anything to help anyway.
Kathy wants to visit, listen to her.
I doubt Grandma needs to hear any of this.
What do you mean, Grandma? Here. Customize voice message. Play.
Hello, Joseph, Mrs. Rain. It's me.
Okay, how do I do this? No manners. Where's the please? I know, there's no please.
I doubt Grandma needs to hear any of this. She'll do anything to help anyway.
Do I quit? No? Oh my gosh.
You've reached the Rain residence.
Ella, help. It's me, Charles. What are we trying to get? Erica, father, firstborn. Okay, so. What are we trying to get out of her again? Or is it hello, Erica? Because we're talking to Erica. Start of the voice thing you're listening to after the beep.
You've reached the Rain residence. Leave a message after the beep. Hello, Joseph.
That's where I'm at.
It's me, Charles. I thought I'd give you a call. Erica just had her firstborn. It's a boy. Thankfully, he looks nothing like his father.
After the beep.
I was thinking maybe you'd like to come and visit. And what about your little Kathy? Maybe she wants to see the baby. Well, anyways, I hope to see you soon. All the best. Bye.
Oh, it's not to Mrs. Rain. Hello, Erica. It's Charles. I Kathy. The auto correct. Hello, Erica. It's Charles. Listen to Kathy.
I should probably mention myself, Kathy Rain.
Rain.
Almost. Just a few more
Duh!
days.
Oh, she did it.
That should work.
Hello, Kara, it's your father. Call Kathy Rain and give her what she wants. Bye. Okay, they helped me out a lot.
Alright, the forged message should now be at the end of the original tape.
Hang on. It says I am inactive. I'm not inactive. I'm here. Thank you. I still heal. I'm heal. I'm gonna put this over here too. Boop, boop. Boop. Boop, boop. Okay, there we go. Okay. Quit. Bye. Hey, I mostly figured that out on my own. I'm proud of myself there. Know what I mean? Yeah, Ash, so...
You've reached Erica Wade.
That action doesn't seem...
Shush. We... Well, what did you last watch? What did you last see?
That combination makes...
Hello, Erica. It's your father. Call Kathy Rain and give her what she wants.
I'm leaving!
Bye.
Bye, Spicy Hen. Thanks for being here. Yes. So we put the words in.
Reached Erica Wade. Leave a message after the beep.
Hi, Erica. This is Kathy Rain. I spoke to your father. He asked me to get in touch with you and said he would call ahead. You can reach me at 555-8352. Bye.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Your move, Erica.
Okay, so we took the tape, we put it in the scanner, we were extracting all the voices. Eventually I put it into like, hello Erica, it's me Charles. Listen to Kathy Rain. Then she tweaked it and changed it, and then we just left it as a voice message. So, you didn't miss much. So now we're waiting for Erica to call us.
Now that's some out-of-the-box thinking.
Yep, just might be silly enough to work. Well, time for a break. Gotta eat something before I pass out.
Okie dokie. I'll
It
stay here and
worked.
keep digging.
Alright, see you in a bit.
Alright, we finally get to leave the dorm. Let's go.
Hey.
Hey!
So, any progress with the search?
Yeah, I was able to identify that flower. It's called the red scythe, or Rosea falcus.
Dang it, we're
I
back to the
discovered
dorm.
that there was a small nature reserve near Conwell Springs, which was established in '89. The red scythe. I made a photocopy of the botany book page in case.
That's something. I should go check it out. Maybe I can narrow down the place where that picture was taken. And, good work, Eileen.
Happy to help. So what?
Oh, hang on. I'll go get that.
Okie dokie.
Erica!
Hello?
This is Erica Wade calling for Kathy Rain.
Speaking.
Miss Rain, this is terribly awkward. I realize now how rude I was before. I wanted to apologize and ask if there is anything I can do.
Wow. Rub it in or accept her apology, guys. Do we rub it in or do we accept her apology? Rub it in. Rub it in, rub it in. I'm all for the drama.
Not being obnoxious to people on the phone would be a good start, Erica.
Yeah.
I suppose I deserve that.
Hey.
Clearly you wanted to speak to me, so now's your chance.
But clearly I'm important, darling. Everything? Should we just do everything?
What can you tell me about Mr. Wade?
My father is a great man. He has so many ideas, so much left to realize, which makes it hurt so much more to see him like this.
See him like what?
The illness and everything, of course.
Right. Yeah, it must be hard.
Yes, indeed. I wish he wouldn't be so stubborn with his treatment. He could go to any state-of-the-art hospital, but insists on being treated in that backwater clinic.
The community clinic? And
Yes. It's like he's...
Oh, we know where he is.
do you know anything about what happened?
Not really, no. But when...
It did?
It destroyed Charles.
The two of them were great friends once. And when Joseph was hurt, they hadn't been talking for some time. Father always hoped they would be able to reconnect.
So, what were things like?
Oh, they were like peas in a pod. In a way, Joseph became the uncle I never had. Later on, I even met you a few times, when you were just a baby.
I don't remember any of that.
Oh, no matter, you were so little then.
Erica, I have to ask, why were you so defensive on the phone earlier when I tried to reach out?
Oh, I don't know, Kathy. Our families haven't been in touch for a long time. I don't remember exactly when it happened, but we all started drifting apart. My guess is that it had to do with Father's growing wealth. Friendship needs common ground, and we started living in different worlds. What happened to your grandfather was the final nail in the coffin. Father just couldn't bear seeing him like that, neither alive nor dead.
What do you know about Lily Myers?
She was a young aunt, killed herself, if I recall correct. Other than that, not much.
Do you recognize the nickname Cocky? It may be an Air Force call sign.
I can't say that I do.
What do you know about Lily Myers' art?
Oh, that little girl had a twisted mind. Oh, my father used to have a few pieces of hers in his collection. I couldn't understand why he ever decided to procure...
You say used to have. Did he get rid of the paintings?
Oh, either that or he put them in storage somewhere.
Do you know anything about the Church of the Holy Trinity?
It's the one and only church in Conwell Springs.
Anything out of the ordinary about them?
Oh, not really.
Okay, that's all I needed.
All right then.
Very well. Feel free to call back if you have any more questions.
Oh, that's
All right.
nice.
Wade is in Conwell Springs.
We
He's
keep
being
running
treated
into
in-
women that are really hostile at first and then eventually come around.
That was Erica Wade. Her
Being treated? He's sick?
looks that way.
Yeah, I suppose you're returning to talk to him?
It'll have to be tomorrow.
I suppose.
Oh, you're so on. I will crush you.
At Scrabble? Interesting. Wow, their hypnotic finished day 2 achievement. That night, Kathy dreams.
Turning your
Whoa.
pawn into a queen. Is that the plan, buddy boy? You know me. I'm always playing
Hey,
the
buddy.
long game, old friend.
This is creepy.
That may be, but you're running out of pieces. First you lost your queen, then your knight. All that matters is the king. Delusional as always. The king is dead. Long live the king. Check.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Day 3. Creepy.
Good morning, sunshine.
Very
Please
interesting,
tell me I
helpful about
dreamt
the
all
woman.
those
Yeah.
Scrabble losses last night.
3 times in a row.
Rub it in, why don't you? I'll just go strangle myself now.
Bro.
Oh, you. Don't be a sore loser.
Ella, can you
So what's
allow
the plan today?
that message?
Mr. Wade is the plan. I'll head for the clinic right away. While I'm at it, I'm gonna check out the church and the nature reserve.
Okie dokie. What can I do to help?
Why
Thank
don't you
you.
continue looking into the lights? I have a feeling they're the key to solving all of this. You could also look up the history of Conwell Springs in general, see if anything unusual has been going on.
I'll get right on it.
Great. Thanks, E.
Oh, by the way, don't forget to check out the page I gave you about the red scythe. It's a pretty interesting flower.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, don't blame me for the game saying stuff, guys. Looney automod, really? Batty Brat on purple side got modded for saying loony bin. I think there's a man who needs to check himself into the loony bin. Alright, guys. I think I do need to end here. One, it's a good place to save. Two, I've been streaming 7 hours. That's my record so far. 7 whole hours. That's crazy, guys. That's wild. And I think, if I'm correct, Allie's still streaming? We did it, but she's still on. Interesting. That's crazy. But yeah, we could always raid Allie. Long time, but very cool and awesome, right? Yeah, that's my record for sure. Hoping for some of the gunk. Yeah. That's so funny. That's a funny sentence. I was hoping for some of the gunk. I will say, Batty Brat, that I can try to play that very soon if you like. I can't wait to see more. When are you going to be on again? May have to buy this game and play myself. Just get ready to Google a bit. Was loving that. I'll be sure to be there when you're next streaming this game. Really? You guys are loving it? Awesome. Batty Brat, I'm sorry you're bored though. I get it though. It's a lot of dialogue. Yeah, lots of Google. But I'm glad you guys are here to help me through it. I don't know. Is anything happening tomorrow? Yes, I'm loving this. I'm invested. What are you gonna be on next to play it? Let's see. When am I gonna be on next to play it? Tomorrow's a very long day. I might not be on tomorrow. Sunday's kind of long too. I would love to say I know for sure, but I really don't. You might just have to keep an eye on Discord. If tomorrow isn't too much effort, because it's Oliver's baseball championship, then I'll stream tomorrow. And if Sunday isn't too crazy because we have communion Sunday, Luke has to serve communion, and then we have installation and a lot of stuff happening at church Sunday. If that's not too much, then I might even stream Sunday. Yeah, watch Discord, get the notification. You have to work in an hour, Ella? Did you get any sleep? Here with the hints for you. It's okay, happy people are enjoying it, just not my type of game. That's fair. Even if I just want to straight away tell you the way to do it. I just remember to work. Oh my gosh, you didn't even sleep, Ella? That's wild. So yeah, it could be... It won't be Monday. No, it could be Monday. Okay. Possible Saturday, possible Sunday, possible Monday. I really wish I could give you guys a for sure day. But I'm gonna try my best to notify you in the morning of streaming or not that day so that you guys can get a heads up at least. But right now, the weekend is kind of just up in the air with the baseball championship and lots of church stuff. But yeah, make sure you're in the Discord. Make sure you have notifications turned on. And that we will definitely finish this game because I'm intrigued. I'll just get a monster, hopefully. Oh my gosh, Ella, please be safe. Please be careful. I appreciate you hanging out with me, but please don't ever feel like you have to stay up. Whatever you play, be here either way. Thank you, Batty. Appreciate you. Maybe I'll have words on the side for Batty while we play. Maybe Batty will be like playing words on the side while we're doing Kathy Rain. I also will try to let me leave myself a note. I'll try to like upload this game onto YT and see if I can get all of them in parts, you know? Because this is a good game to put on YT because it's not super long, but it's good enough to be in parts. I don't think it's free. Did you look it up, Ash? How much it is? I'm over here typing random words into chat. Other people come and be like, what is this girl on? Engine! Engine! Watch out on Discord and I hope you have a good weekend. Thank you so much. You think it was $99.99 plus tax? American dollars? Just a game PC or other consoles? I do not know. That I would have to Google, my friend. Astro with the dance party. It's called Kathy Rain though. So, you'll have to Google it, Ella. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Otherwise, I can Google it and send you a message if you prefer. Hi, Alyssa. How are you, friend? Showed Windows and Apple. Okay. Probably PC. Put seed and it didn't work when Batty put it, then it worked. No! That's lame. The game is also British. I'm good. I'm just wrapping up here. But I'm so glad you came to say hi. If you want, you can join us over on Purple app and we'll raid out. But before we go, I'm going to do a little promise from God. I respect all religions. You don't have to believe what I believe. This is just a big part of my life that I like to share in my stream. And it's just a nice little message, so I hope you enjoy. Alyssa, I missed you too. Ash coming in with heart puffs. Okay, if God brings you to it, he will bring you through it.
Listen!
Psalm 91:1, whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. So if God brings you to it, he says he will also bring you through it. I hope that gives you encouragement. I love you so much. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 20 heart puffs, Ash. Thank you so much. I'm going to say goodbye to TikTok and then we're going to raid out on Purple. Bye, TikTok. Bye. And then Purple. Should we raid Allie even though she's probably going to get off soon? She's still playing something. We could raid AK, but she's playing Phasmophobia. Do you guys like Phas? There's also Lori, who's playing Peak. Awkward Monsters, who's playing Valorant, but it actually looks like Poppy's Playtime, not Valorant. Then we have Allie, who's on her 12-hour stream and might be wrapping up soon. Good night, Ella. I hope you have a good day. I hope you stay somewhat awake. There's also Adri Radiance, who is playing Infinity Nikki. Do any of those sound good? Gonna hop off here. That's okay. No pressure. No pressure. Maybe. If that's the case, then we don't even have to raid. That's okay too. I think it's mainly just us. I think Aki's here just has me tabbed. And it's you, me, Ella, and Astro. So that's okay if we don't raid tonight. And to be honest, I don't know if I'm up to, like, doing the whole spiel. So that's okay with me. We won't raid this time. But yeah, keep an eye on the Discord, please. I'm so sorry I can't give you guys a solid schedule. I will try my best to do 1 p.m. Central tomorrow. But yeah, just keep an eye on it for me. Love you so much. Have a wonderful day, night. Dater. Do you want me to recap real quick? before I head off. It'd be good to summarize anyway. So we did the voice forge. We made a new sentence. We sent the new voice message to Erica. She called us back. We got a lot of information from her, including that Charles, was it Charles Ward? Why did I already forget his name? Charles is in a nursing home in that town, the only nursing home in that town, Cornwall or whatever. So now we know where he is so we can go visit him. And then she went to sleep and had a really creepy dream where two guys are playing chess. It was creepy. So yeah, that is about it. Not much else. We'll pick that up hopefully tomorrow. Keep an eye on Discord. If not tomorrow, I'll try Sunday. And if Sunday doesn't work, we'll try Monday, and so on and so forth. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for being here. Again, have a great night. You are a gem. Don't ever forget it. Let your light shine. You're amazing inside and out. Love you so much. Take care of yourselves, okay, guys? Love you. Bye.